Rocket Girl versus the Ultra Car, Episode 2, The Car Thief. Roxy glanced at her friends.
Oh no!
She said.
What's wrong?
Asked Mara.
I forgot a book at the library,
said Roxy.
You all go home. I'll take the next bus.
Roxy ran down the crowded sidewalk.
Wait!
Called Terrell.
We can help find the book.
But Roxy was already gone.
Look! It's Rocket Girl!
Cried Mara. Swoosh! Roxy zoomed across the sky. She flew right to the car show. The front doors of the convention center were shattered. Bits of glass lay everywhere. Several cars in the parking lot were smashed. Detective Smith stood near the shattered doors. He was talking to Mayor Bloom and some other people. One man wore a lab coat. Roxy landed next to the detective and grinned.
Shopping for a new car, detective?
This is no time for jokes,
said the detective.
Car theft is a serious crime.
It isn't just any car,
said the man in the lab coat.
It's the Ultra Car.
Why is it called the Ultra Car?
Roxy asked.
It's the most amazing car ever invented,
said the man.
It's as tough as an army tank. It has lasers. It can go underwater and even fly.
Roxy gulped. The car could do all of those things. And now a thief had it. This was bad news.
Did anyone see who stole it?
Roxy asked. The inventor shook his head. Mayor Bloom did too. A woman rushed over. She wore lots of diamonds.
I know who took the car,
she said. Roxy recognized her. She was Victoria Cash, the richest woman in Metro City.
You know who the thief is,
said Roxy.
Who is it?
Mrs. Cash dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief.
It wasn't a thief,
she said.
It was my daughter, Ruby.
Why would Ruby steal a car?
Asked Detective Smith.
She didn't mean to,
said Mrs. Cash.
She wanted to ride in the Ultra Car, but I told her no.
She sighed.
Ruby doesn't like to hear the word no.
Ruby sounds a little spoiled,
thought Roxy.
I just turned my back for a moment.
Mrs. Cash went on.
Ruby must have gotten into the car. A moment later, the car took off.
Detective Smith's phone rang.
Smith here,
the detective said.
Really? Oh no.
He put his phone away and looked at Roxy.
The Ultra Car is destroying downtown Metro City!
Rocket Girl versus the Ultra Car, Episode 3, The Crazy Car.
This is terrible,
said Mayor Bloom.
The Ultra Car is destroying the city.
My poor Ruby,
cried Mrs. Cash.
My poor car,
cried the inventor.
My poor city,
cried Mayor Bloom.
Rocket Girl,
said Detective Smith.
You must! Rocket Girl?
Zoom! Roxy shot through the air. She flew toward downtown as fast as she could. Up ahead, she saw black smoke fill the sky.
Something's burning,
thought Roxy. She used her supervision to see through the smoke. Cars were burning in the street. A building was on fire too. A fruit cart lay on its side. Several store windows had been smashed. A sleek car rocketed down West Street. It had wings and rockets.
That must be the Ultra Car,
thought Roxy. Whoosh! She flew toward it. Crash! The car smashed a donut stand. Donuts flew everywhere,
Ugh,
cried the donut maker.
it took me all morning to make those donuts.
Roxy used her supervision again. She peered into the Ultra car and saw a young girl. The girl wore diamond sunglasses,
That's Ruby Cash.
thought Roxy. The car swerved all over the street. Ruby laughed. Roxy flew alongside the car.
Ruby, stop the car!
She cried.
No way!
Cried Ruby.
This is fun!
Smash! The Ultra car crashed through a fountain. Startled pigeons flew everywhere,
Woohoo!
shouted Ruby as the car zoomed forward. Screech! The Ultra car skidded back onto the street. It almost hit a woman carrying a cat.
Crazy driver!
The woman shouted.
Watch where you're going!
Yelped the cat.
Don't yell at me!
Ruby shouted,
I have to stop that car before someone gets hurt.
said Roxy. She flew ahead of the Ultra car and landed in the street. She held up her hands as the car raced toward her. Zap! Zap! Laser beams shot from the car's headlights and blasted Roxy. She tumbled backward and crashed into a mailbox,
This car is totally fabulous.
said Ruby.
I'll tell Mother to buy it for me. I don't care how much it costs. Oh no!
Roxy jumped to her feet. The Ultra car was racing straight toward a bus. Roxy could see Terrell, Jack, and Mara on the bus.
Rocket Girl, help!
Cried Ruby.
I can't stop this car.
Roxy gulped.
Ruby's going to crash into my friends.
Rocket Girl versus the Ultra car, Episode 4, Saved by Rocket Girl. Zoom! Roxy shot toward the bus,
It's Rocket Girl.
cried Jack,
I can't believe Roxy is missing this.
said Terrell.
Hang on, everyone.
Roxy called to the scared passengers. Gripping the bus, Roxy flew up into the air. The Ultra car zoomed by below her,
Phew!
said Roxy. Everyone on the bus cheered. Roxy carried the bus to its next stop. She set it down,
Thanks, Rocket Girl.
said the bus driver.
You're welcome.
Called Roxy. She flew into the air again.
I have to stop the Ultra car.
She thought.
Ruby can't control it.
Suddenly, whoosh! The Ultra car flew past Roxy,
Uh-oh.
cried Roxy.
I forgot that car could fly.
Roxy flew after the flying car. Ruby screamed.
Save me, Rocket Girl.
Ruby pressed buttons and flipped switches, but the car kept going. Zap! Zap! Lasers fired. Roxy dodged them. The Ultra car dived down. Splash! It plunged into the river. Then the car popped out of the water. Now it was a boat. It glided fast over the water. Roxy flew fast, too. She grabbed the car's roof. Roxy used her super strength to pull off the roof. Rip!
Yay!
Shouted Ruby. Roxy pulled Ruby from the stolen car. Next, Roxy used her heat vision. Orange beams melted the car's control panel. The Ultra car slowed down and then bobbed in the water. Ruby grinned.
Thank you, Rocket Girl.
Roxy frowned.
You caused a lot of damage, Ruby. Did I?
Ruby glanced around.
Oh well. Mother will pay someone to fix everything.
Roxy picked up the car with one hand. She carried Ruby with the other. She flew back to the car show.
Hello, Mother.
said Ruby.
Your favorite daughter is safe. Rocket Girl was kind enough to save me.
Mrs. Cash dabbed her eyes with the handkerchief again.
Thank you, Rocket Girl. Thank you for saving my daughter.
Later, Roxy and her friends were at Mara's house. They were playing video games,
You missed all the fun today, Roxy.
said Jack.
We flew through the air in a bus.
Said Mara. Roxy pretended to be surprised.
Wow, how did that happen?
Terrell grinned.
Rocket Girl carried the bus through the air. I told you she could help us fly.
It was awesome.
Jack threw up his hands and dropped his controller.
Oops.
Everyone laughed.
Good thing Rocket Girl didn't drop your bus.
Said Roxy. Rocket Girl vs. the Monster Pets, Episode 1, Training Max. Susie worked on a jigsaw puzzle in her kitchen.
Meow.
Her cat pawed at the back door,
You can't go outside right now, Snowball.
said Susie.
Meow.
Snowball pawed some more,
Not right now, Snowball.
said Susie.
You just had a haircut and...
Suddenly, Snowball grew sharp fangs and spiky hair. Poof! She spit out a flaming hairball. Smoke filled the kitchen. When the smoke cleared, the door was gone. And so was Snowball,
Sit, Max.
said Mara.
Sit.
Roxy and her friends were at Metro City Park. They were trying to train Mara's new dog, Max. But Max wasn't listening,
Max, you need to sit.
said Mara.
Woof!
Max barked. Then he lay down and yawned.
Maybe sitting is too boring for Max.
Said Jack.
We should teach him some exciting tricks.
Jack ran to a tree.
Max,
He called.
come.
Max rolled onto his side. Terrell held out his hand.
Give me your paw, Max.
Max sat up,
He likes this trick.
said Terrell. But Max just scratched behind his ear and then lay back down. Mara sighed.
This is hopeless.
Max can't learn any tricks.
Jack sat down next to Max and patted his head.
I'm sure Max can learn tricks. He just needs more time.
Roxy scratched Max behind the ear.
Max is a good pet, Mara.
She said,
He's just a bit... boring.
said Mara,
There's nothing wrong with being boring.
said Jack. Mara frowned.
I want Max to be super.
Yeah, a super dog would be cool.
Said Terrell.
Maybe we could get Rocket Girl to train Max. She could make him really super.
Roxy laughed.
I don't think Rocket Girl knows how to train pets, Terrell.
You're probably right.
Said Terrell. He patted Max. Roxy jumped to her feet.
I just thought of something, Mara. Max definitely knows one trick.
What?
Said Mara. Her eyes lit up. Roxy looked at Max sternly.
Max, stay!
By now, Max was snoring quietly. He didn't move at all.
See?
Roxy grinned. Terrell and Jack laughed. Mara frowned. Just then, Roxy heard her watch beep. She moved away from her friends.
Mayor Bloom,
Roxy whispered.
is there a problem?
There is a terrible problem, Rocket Girl.
Cried the mayor.
Monster pets are running all over West Street.
Rocket Girl versus the Monster Pets, Episode 2, Poor Ralphie. Roxy called to her friends.
I have to go home.
She said.
I have to, study for tomorrow's math quiz.
Roxy ran off. Terrell scratched his head.
We don't have a math quiz tomorrow.
Roxy flew over Metro City. She saw a bus crash on West Street. People were running in every direction, waving their arms and screaming.
Those people must be running from the monster pets,
thought Roxy. She flew down to the street. Monster pets were everywhere.
My poodle is attacking me!
Cried an old man. The poodle snapped at the man's feet. A cat swatted at an old lady's cane.
Bad kitty!
Cried the lady. A large man ran from a tiny dog that was breathing fire.
Run for your lives!
Shouted the man.
Rocket Girl!
Cried a voice. It was Detective Smith. He was hiding behind a crashed car. A woman was with him. Roxy saw a dog with spiky fur bite a tire off the car. The dog's collar was glowing. Roxy flew over to the car. The dog ran away.
Hi, Detective,
Said Roxy.
I think you need to take your dog to dog training school.
Ha ha.
Detective Smith pretended to laugh.
That's not my dog, Rocket Girl.
He's my dog.
Said a woman.
His name is Ralphie.
Does Ralphie always act like that?
Asked Roxy.
Of course not.
Said the woman. She smiled proudly.
He wins awards all the time. He was cute and furry this morning, but now
The woman cried.
he looks like a monster. Oh, poor Ralphie.
How did this happen?
Asked Detective Smith.
Did Ralphie eat anything strange today?
No.
The woman shook her head. Roxy glanced around. The monster pets were gone,
I wonder where they went.
she thought.
What else did Ralphie do today?
Asked Detective Smith. The woman thought for a moment.
After he ate, I took him to a wonderful new pet salon, Mr. Snippy's. Ralphie got a haircut and a manicure. Mr. Snippy is a lovely man. He gave Ralphie a new collar that glows.
A man with a beard ran over. He wore sunglasses and a white tennis outfit.
Monster pets are invading Metro City Park.
The man shouted.
A dog ate the tennis net. Then a cat ate my racket.
Uh-oh.
Thought Roxy.
Terrell, Mara, and Jack are at Metro City Park.
Rocket Girl versus the Monster Pets, Episode 3, Glowing Collars. Roxy landed in Metro City Park.
It's Rocket Girl!
Cried Mara. Roxy looked around. Monster dogs and cats were everywhere. Several monster pets were on the tennis court. The court was surrounded by a tall fence. A monster cat hissed at a man selling balloons. The cat jumped up and stuck out its claws. Pop, pop, pop! The cat popped all the balloons.
My balloons are ruined!
Cried the balloon man. Roxy noticed the cat's collar. It was glowing.
Ow!
Roxy spun around. Another monster cat was creeping toward her. Roxy gasped.
It has a glowing collar, too.
Poof! The cat shot a flaming hairball toward Roxy. Roxy made a fist and bam! She knocked the hairball away.
Help, Rocket Girl!
Cried Terrell. Roxy glanced back at her friends. Two monster dogs were growling and moving toward them. Roxy whistled loudly. The dogs turned and charged toward Roxy. She ran to the tennis court and stood in front of the open gate. The dogs growled and raced toward Roxy. Just before they reached her, she jumped up. The dogs tumbled onto the tennis court.
Ha!
Cried Roxy as she slammed shut the gate. Terrell, Mara, and Jack cheered.
Yay, Rocket Girl!
Cried Mara. Roxy zoomed into the air.
Those glowing collars must be turning pets into monsters,
She thought.
Ralphie's owner said she got the glowing collar from Mr. Snippy. But where is Mr. Snippy's pet salon?
Just then, a man yelled.
Bad dog, Buster.
Roxy looked down. The man was missing a shoe. He was wagging a finger at a monster dog. The dog was chewing on something as his collar glowed. Roxy flew down to the man.
Excuse me, is this your dog?
Yes,
Said the man.
and he's very bad. He just ate my shoe.
Did you get that collar from Mr. Snippy's pet salon?
Yes.
The man looked surprised.
How did you know?
Never mind.
Said Roxy.
Just tell me where the salon is.
The man told Roxy the salon's address. Roxy zipped through the air again. A moment later, she threw open the salon's doors. A thin man with a bow tie spun around. He wore gloves with sharp blades. When he saw Roxy, his lips curled into a nasty smile.
Welcome to Mr. Snippy's, Rocket Girl.
His sharp blades clacked loudly.
I suppose you're here for a cut.
Rocket Girl vs. the Monster Pets, Episode 4, Collar Control Central. Mr. Snippy sliced the air with his blades. Snip! Snip! He moved closer to Roxy. Roxy shot her eye laser beams at the blades. Whiz-hoo! The blades exploded into little pieces. Cried Mr. Snippy.
I don't care if you have eye laser beams. You'll never stop me, Rocket Girl.
Mr. Snippy ran to the back of the salon. A tiny white poodle stood chained to a table. The poodle barked,
Daisy just had a haircut.
said Mr. Snippy.
And now I'll put on her brand new collar.
Mr. Snippy put the collar onto Daisy. Roxy gasped as the little poodle turned into a snarling monster dog.
I was right, Snippy.
Roxy said angrily.
Your collars are turning pets into monsters.
Mr. Snippy had an evil grin.
My apartment building doesn't allow pets. So I had to give away my cute little puppy. Now no one in Metro City will ever have a cute little pet again. Ha ha ha!
Mr. Snippy's laugh filled the salon as the poodle leaped at Roxy. Daisy barked.
Ah!
Roxy jumped out of the way. The little dog was trying to attack her. Roxy floated in the air above the barking poodle.
I need a plan.
She thought. Just then, she heard a whirring noise. It was coming from behind a door. Daisy was still barking. Roxy used her X-ray vision to look through the door. There was a room with video screens, switches, and blinking lights.
I'll bet that equipment controls all the collars.
Thought Roxy. She made a fist and flew at the door. Kabam! She smashed the door into pieces. Then, whiz-hoo! She fired her eye laser beams and the equipment exploded.
No!
Cried Mr. Snippy.
You destroyed Color Control Central!
Daisy barked. She licked Roxy's face happily. She was a normal dog again. Roxy waited for Daisy's owner to come. Then she took Mr. Snippy to jail. Roxy returned to Metro City Park. She saw the man with one shoe. He was walking Buster,
I'm glad you're a normal dog again, Buster.
said the man. Roxy soon found her friends. Max was still sleeping,
Guess what?
said Terrell.
Rocket Girl saved us from monster pets.
Mara nodded.
The pets were awful.
She looked down at Max and hugged him.
Not like boring Max.
Roxy laughed.
Good dog, Max.
Rocket Girl vs. Violet Sharp, Episode 1, A Concert in the Park. People hurried through the Metro City subway station.
Out of my way!
A man said.
I'm late for work!
A young woman walked into the station. She had a violin and a hat. She placed the hat on the floor. Then she ran her bow across the violin's strings. Strange music filled the air. Everyone stopped walking. They all turned to stare at the young woman. Suddenly, they pulled out their wallets and tossed them into the hat.
I can't wait for the concert to start.
Mara said.
It'll be so cool to hear a real orchestra.
Roxy and her friends were at Metro City Park. The Metro City Symphony Orchestra was going to perform a concert. People sat on blankets on the grass. The musicians were on stage tuning their instruments.
It's really warm today.
Mara said.
Temperature affects musical instruments. That's why the musicians are checking them now.
I love live music.
Terrell said.
I might join the school jazz band next year. I've been taking clarinet lessons.
Jack shrugged.
I guess the concert will be okay. I don't really like classical music, though. I like rock and roll.
Jack jumped to his feet. He held up his hands as if he was holding a guitar. Everyone laughed as Jack danced around, pretending to be a rock star.
Well, I like classical music.
Mara said.
The orchestra is going to play my favorite song today. I'm trying to learn it on the cello, but it's really hard.
Just keep practicing.
Roxy said.
You'll get better and better. Maybe one day you'll perform here.
Mara laughed.
I doubt that.
I know someone who's probably really good at music.
Terrell said. Roxy rolled her eyes.
Ugh, Terrell. I doubt Rocket Girl even plays an instrument.
Terrell looked surprised.
How did you know I was talking about Rocket Girl?
Roxy laughed.
Terrell, you always talk about Rocket Girl.
Just then, Roxy's watch beeped. She looked around and then back at her friends.
I'll be right back. I think I saw my neighbor. I want to go say hi.
Roxy ducked behind a statue and pressed a button on her watch. Mayor Bloom's face appeared on the screen.
What's wrong, Mayor?
Roxy asked.
We need your help, Rocket Girl.
Mayor Bloom said.
Mrs. Bunn was having a fancy garden party. All of her guests were robbed.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'm on my way!
Rocket Girl vs. Violet Sharp, Episode 2, The Quartet.
I have to get to Mrs. Bunn's house.
Roxy thought.
Someone robbed her guests. I'll be right back. I need to call my parents.
Roxy yelled to her friends.
Don't take too long.
Terrell said.
The concert is starting soon.
A moment later, Roxy shot up into the sky.
Whoa!
Mara cried.
Rocket Girl!
Roxy arrived at Mrs. Bunn's house. Mrs. Bunn looked upset as Detective Smith crawled around in some rose bushes. Roxy grinned.
Doing some gardening, Detective?
Ha ha, Rocket Girl.
Detective Smith pretended to laugh.
Ouch! A thorn poked me.
He got back to his feet and held up his notebook.
I dropped this in the rose bushes.
The detective turned to Mrs. Bunn.
I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Mrs. Bunn took a deep breath.
I was telling you about my guests. They are all still here if you want to talk to them. The servers and the quartet are here too.
Quartet?
Detective Smith raised an eyebrow.
A string quartet,
Mrs. Bunn said.
I hired 4 musicians to play during the party.
What happened before the robbery?
Roxy asked.
Did you see anything suspicious?
Mrs. Bunn shrugged.
It's odd, but I don't remember anything. 1 minute we were enjoying a lovely afternoon, and the next minute, everyone's wallets were missing. Our jewelry, too.
Detective Smith made some notes.
We'll need to interview everyone, Mrs. Bunn.
Roxy spotted the musicians.
Let's start with them. Did anybody see anything suspicious?
Roxy asked the musicians.
No,
The cellist said.
but I hope you find the criminal. That thief stole my new watch.
He looked at his cello and sighed.
I'm just glad I still have this.
My ruby earrings are gone.
A violinist said.
Wait a second.
Detective Smith said.
There are only 3 of you. Mrs. Bunn said you were a quartet. Oh, goodness!
The third musician said.
Where's Violet?
Who?
Roxy asked.
Violet Sharp.
The cellist said.
She's our other violinist.
Roxy said.
Someone robbed the guests, and now Violet is gone. That's pretty suspicious. Nonsense!
The violinist said.
Violet is no thief. She's a very talented musician. In fact, the Metro City Symphony Orchestra invited her to try out.
Impressive.
Detective Smith said. Then his phone beeped.
Hello? Oh, no. We'll be right there.
He hung up and looked at Roxy.
Another robbery just took place. This one was at Metro City Shopping Mall.
Rocket Girl vs. Violet Sharp, Episode 3, Strange Music.
Okay, Rocket Girl.
Detective Smith put his phone back in his pocket.
We have to... Rocket Girl?
Roxy saw a young woman run out of Metro City Shopping Mall. The woman carried a violin case and a large sack.
That must be Violet Sharp.
Roxy thought. Roxy landed in the street.
Stop right there, Violet.
Violet glared at Roxy.
What do you want, Rocket Girl?
Are you stealing stuff from people?
Roxy asked. Violet didn't reply.
You're a talented musician.
Roxy said.
I heard the Metro City Symphony Orchestra invited you to try out. Why are you stealing?
Violet scowled.
They said I wasn't good enough to be in their silly orchestra. I'll show them. I made a violin that hypnotizes people. Now I'll be richer than any musician in history.
She jumped into a waiting bus. The bus drove off. Roxy shot after it. Violet glared at Roxy through the window.
You can't stop me!
She shouted. She pulled out her violin. As she played, the other passengers stared at her. Their eyes looked blank. Violet jumped off the bus and ran around a corner. Roxy was about to chase her, but the bus was driving out of control. Cars drove onto the sidewalk. People ran and dived behind garbage cans. One man shook his fist.
Crazy bus driver!
Oh no!
Roxy cried.
Violet hypnotized the bus driver!
She shot after the bus and pulled it to a stop. The driver woke up and blinked.
What happened?
Roxy didn't have time to answer.
I must stop Violet!
She flew around the corner. Violet was running past a construction site. Workers were building a skyscraper. Men and women walked along metal beams high above.
Violet!
Roxy shouted.
Stop!
Violet spun around with an evil grin. She played a few notes. Roxy was too far away to hear clearly. But everyone near Violet stood still. Workers above dropped their tools. Roxy flew fast. She grabbed the hypnotized people and moved them to safety. Tools slammed down onto the sidewalk.
Rocket Girl, watch out!
A woman shouted. Roxy looked up and saw a huge steel beam falling. She reached up and caught it.
Phew!
She said. Then she heard strange music next to her ear. Violet was playing her violin. Before Roxy could react, everything became blurry.
Oh no.
Roxy murmured.
I'm becoming...
Violet let out an evil laugh.
hypnotized!
Rocket Girl vs. Violet Sharp, Episode 4, Violet's Big Performance. Violet laughed.
Goodbye, Rocket Girl. I'm going to the concert at the park. It will be my biggest performance yet.
Roxy stood there, holding the steel beam. She felt as if she was in a dream.
Rocket Girl!
A woman cried.
Wake up!
But Roxy couldn't move or think clearly. Her arms felt weak. The beam fell from her hands and slammed onto the ground. Bang! Roxy blinked and woke up.
What's going on?
She asked.
You were hypnotized.
The woman said.
There was a violinist and she...
I remember now!
Roxy also remembered what Violet had said about the concert at the park. She flew into a store. A minute later, she shot toward Metro City Park. Violet stood on stage, running her bow across the violin strings. Members of the orchestra sat still. They were all staring into space. Audience members walked toward the stage. They held out their wallets and jewelry. Violet laughed.
I'm going to be rich, rich, rich!
Roxy watched from far away.
I'm glad I bought these earplugs.
She popped them into her ears.
Your big performance is over, Violet.
Roxy darted toward the stage.
Rocket Girl!
Violet snapped. She started to play a new song on her violin.
Play all you want.
Roxy said.
I'm wearing earplugs.
Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Whiz-hoo! Violet leaped out of the way. The laser beams hit a French horn, which melted into a puddle.
Yikes!
Roxy cried.
How can I stop Violet? I can't use my eye laser beams again. Someone might get hurt.
Roxy remembered what Mara had said. Temperature affects musical instruments. Roxy blew her freeze breath at Violet. Whoosh!
Ugh,
Violet made a face.
my violin is going out of tune!
Roxy zoomed over and grabbed the violin.
Your performance has been canceled, Violet.
Audience members woke up. They looked around in surprise.
What's going on?
A man shouted.
Why am I on the stage?
Look!
Terrell cried.
Rocket Girl is on stage. Is she playing the violin?
Roxy grabbed Violet's wrist and flew her to police headquarters.
Roxy,
Said Mara.
you missed the beginning of the concert.
Roxy sat down next to her friends. Up on stage, the orchestra played. Terrell leaned toward Roxy.
You were wrong about Rocket Girl.
He whispered.
She plays the violin.
Shh.
Roxy whispered with a smile.
Let's just enjoy the music.
Rocket Girl and the Babies. Episode 1. Mother's Helper. A woman walked out of a fancy building. She reached into her bag for a small mirror.
Wonderful!
She said.
That spa treatment is like magic. I look...
Suddenly, she started to shake. She grew smaller and smaller, and then...
Go, go, gaga!
I love when Miss Apricot lets us have free time.
Jack said. He was drawing a spaceship. Mara looked up from her book.
I'm just glad the school day is almost over. Did I tell you my big news?
Terrell raised an eyebrow.
What news?
Tell us!
Roxy said.
I have a job!
Mara said.
I start today after school!
Whoa!
Jack said loudly. Miss Apricot looked up from her desk.
Shh. Sorry.
Jack said. Then he looked back at Mara and whispered.
Whoa! What's the job?
Terrell asked.
Will you be working in a store?
Jack grinned.
Will you be running a huge company making millions of dollars?
Are you going to be president?
Terrell asked. Jack and Terrell laughed. Mara rolled her eyes.
I'm going to be a mother's helper.
Cool!
Roxy said.
That's like babysitting, right?
Mara nodded.
Yup. I'll be helping my neighbor, Mrs. Garson. She needs me to watch her 2-year-old while she plans a party. Mrs. Garson will be there, though, so it's not exactly like babysitting.
I'd like to get a job,
Jack said.
but I don't want to watch little kids. I'd rather run a huge company and make millions of dollars.
Watching little kids is hard.
Terrell said.
I bet Rocket Girl is great at it.
Mara rolled her eyes again. Roxy rolled her eyes too.
Rocket Girl has more important things to do than babysit, Terrell.
Suddenly, her watch beeped. Roxy asked Miss Apricot if she could go to the restroom. Then she stepped into the hallway.
Mayor Bloom!
She said.
What's... Oh, wow! You look so young!
Mayor Bloom blushed.
Oh, thank you. I went to a spa this morning and got a special treatment. I feel wonderful.
So what's the problem?
Roxy asked. Mayor Bloom looked confused for a moment.
Oh, right. Yes, we have a very odd problem, Rocket Girl. The owner of Metro City Plumbing Supply, Mr. Copper, has disappeared. And that's not all. There's a baby in his office.
Roxy scratched her head.
That is odd. But don't worry, Mayor. I'll check it out.
Rocket Girl and the Babies. Episode 2. The Mystery Baby.
I have to get to Metro City Plumbing Supply.
Roxy thought.
Mr. Copper has disappeared.
Roxy popped her head into the classroom.
I'll be back soon, Miss Apricot. Principal Penn needs help in the library.
Terrell scratched his head.
Roxy is always running off somewhere.
Miss Apricot looked up.
Shh!
Roxy ran down the hall and out the front door. She shot into the air. Zoom! Roxy arrived at Metro City Plumbing Supply. Detective Smith was in an office. He sat on the edge of the desk. A cute little baby snuggled in his arms.
Hi, Detective.
Roxy said.
Did you get a new job as a babysitter?
Ha ha!
Detective Smith frowned.
I'm not babysitting, Rocket Girl. Somebody left this. Ouch!
The baby was pulling on the detective's ear.
Somebody left this baby here.
Roxy looked closely at Detective Smith.
You look different. Younger.
Detective Smith chuckled.
Thanks for noticing. I got a new treatment at Vonda's day spa. Vonda said it would take years off my life.
Detective Smith cleared his throat.
But we have more important things to discuss now, Rocket Girl.
Roxy nodded.
This baby looks familiar.
The baby smiled and clapped. Roxy giggled.
Aw, he's so cute.
Yes, he's very cute.
Detective Smith said.
But we still have a mystery to solve.
Right.
Roxy looked around the office. There wasn't much in it. It had a desk, a chair, a shelf with binders, and a small safe.
Did anyone see Mr. Copper leave?
I don't think so.
Detective Smith said.
There was no one else here when I arrived.
Just then, the office door flew open, and a woman stepped in.
What's going on in here?
Mr. Copper disappeared.
Detective Smith said.
Do you know him?
The woman folded her arms.
Of course I do. He's my father. He went on vacation. Now can you please leave? I have important work to do.
Roxy and Detective Smith went outside. Right away, Roxy gasped. Babies crawled along the sidewalk.
Where did my husband go?
A woman shouted.
And why is that baby wearing his tie?
People are turning into babies!
Detective Smith said. The baby in his arms sang and drooled. Roxy gasped again.
This baby looks just like Mr. Copper. I think it is him.
What about that woman in the office?
Detective Smith asked.
Was it really Mr. Copper's daughter?
Roxy rushed back into the office. The woman was gone, and the safe was empty. Rocket Girl and the Babies, Episode 3, Vonda's Day Spa. Roxy stared at the empty safe.
That woman robbed the safe.
She flew back outside. Detective Smith's coat lay on the sidewalk. A baby crawled out from under it. Roxy gasped.
Detective Smith, you're a baby!
Crash! Roxy spun around as a car rolled into a parked van. A baby stood behind the wheel, giggling. A man walked out of the store.
Where did all these babies come from?
A bus zipped by. It almost hit someone. A woman inside the bus yelled out of a window.
Ah! Help! The driver is a baby! She can't drive!
Zoom! Roxy shot after the bus. She flew inside and picked up the baby driver. Then she hit the brakes. Roxy and the woman gathered all the babies. They sat them on the sidewalk.
Phew!
Roxy said.
I need to tell Mayor Bloom what's happening.
Roxy thought. She opened her watch. A baby was sitting in Mayor Bloom's chair.
Oh no!
Roxy cried.
Mayor Bloom is a baby too!
Roxy saw another baby nearby. He was chewing on a wallet. The baby dropped the wallet and crawled away. Roxy picked up the wallet. Inside was a business card. Vonda's Day Spa. Our new treatment will take years off your life.
That's the spa that Detective Smith went to,
Roxy said. A moment later, Roxy arrived at Vonda's Day Spa. Two women walked out smiling.
That treatment was wonderful.
One woman said.
We look fabulous.
The other said. Inside, Roxy saw a familiar woman behind the counter.
You were at Metro City Plumbing Supply.
Roxy cried.
You said you were Mr. Copper's daughter.
The woman walked toward Roxy.
My name is Vonda. Are you here for a treatment, Rocket Girl?
No.
Roxy said.
The
woman suddenly pushed Roxy into a chair. Click! Roxy was strapped in. A glass dome came down over her head. A hose connected the dome to a big tank. The tank was covered in frost.
What's going on?
Roxy struggled to get free. Vonda laughed.
My treatment turns people into babies. Then I can steal from them.
I won't let you get away with this.
Roxy snapped.
Oh, yes, you will. I have a super dose of treatment ready for you.
Vonda pressed a button on the tank. A cold mist filled the dome. Roxy began to shrink.
Oh no! What's happening to me? Goo goo! Gaga!
Rocket Girl and the Babies. Episode 4. Baby Rocket Girl. The baby Rocket Girl giggled and drooled. Vonda hurried outside.
Rocket Girl can't stop me now. I'll go out and steal more money.
Baby Roxy shivered in the cold mist. She began to cry. Orange beams radiated from her eyes. Her heat vision warmed up the mist. Suddenly, Roxy grew. She was an 8-year-old again.
Wow!
Roxy said.
Vonda's treatment only works if it's cold.
She looked around the spa.
I have to find Vonda and stop her from stealing.
She used her heat vision to warm up the tank. Then she picked it up and flew off. As she flew, she sprayed the warm mist over the city. Down on the streets, babies slowly turned back into adults. Roxy was flying over her own neighborhood when she heard Mara.
Rocket Girl!
Mara cried.
I need help!
Roxy landed and saw Mara with a toddler and a baby.
I'm so glad I saw you.
Mara said.
I'm supposed to be a mother's helper for Mrs. Garson, but I can't find her. Her 2-year-old is here, and so is this mystery baby. What should I do?
Roxy sprayed the baby with the warm mist. The baby turned into a grown woman.
Mrs. Garson!
Mara cried. Mrs. Garson looked confused.
What happened to me? Don't worry, Mrs. Garson.
Roxy said.
You're fine now.
Roxy took off again. She turned more babies back into adults. Then her super ears heard an alarm going off across town. Roxy flew toward the sound. Vonda was running out of a bank with bags of money. Roxy used her super breath to cool down the tank. She swooped at Vonda. She sprayed cold mist. Vonda grew small. Roxy scooped up the baby Vonda and flew off. Terrell and Jack were playing soccer.
I see Rocket Girl!
Terrell said. Jack gasped.
She's carrying a baby.
Back at Metro City Plumbing Supply, Roxy heated up the tank again. Then she sprayed the Detective Smith and Mr. Copper babies. They turned back into adults.
Thanks, Rocket Girl.
Detective Smith said.
Being a baby was terrible.
Roxy handed him the baby Vonda.
You can take this baby to jail, Detective!
That evening, Roxy and her friends were playing a board game.
How was your job, Mara?
Roxy asked.
It was great.
Mara said.
I saw Rocket Girl.
Wow!
Roxy pretended to be surprised.
I saw her too.
Terrell said.
She was babysitting.
Really?
Roxy shrugged.
That's odd.
Terrell gave her a suspicious look.
Yes, it was very odd.
Rocket Girl vs. Mr. Bubbles, Episode 1, Escape. It was late at night. A prison bus waited outside Metro City Prison. A guard came out of the prison and looked around.
It's all clear. Bring out the prisoner.
Another guard came out. A clown in handcuffs stood next to her. Suddenly, several figures jumped out of the darkness.
Oh no!
The first guard cried.
More clowns!
I am not looking forward to school today.
Jack said.
We're going to be stuck in class all day.
Roxy and her friends were walking to school. Mara scratched her head.
I thought a magician was coming today. He was going to do a magic show for the entire school.
Didn't you get the email from Principal Penn last night?
Terrell asked.
The magician has the flu, so there's no show today.
Mara frowned.
That stinks.
I hope the magician gets better soon.
Jack said.
Maybe he can make all of our teachers disappear.
He and Terrell laughed. Mara shook her head and sighed.
Maybe we can get a magician to make you two disappear.
Mara pretended to wave a magic wand at Terrell and Jack.
Abracadabra poof!
Roxy laughed.
Now that would be funny.
I'd like to see an escape act.
Jack said.
Once, I saw a guy escape on TV. He was tied up in a big glass tank. He had to escape before the tank filled with water.
Jack folded his arms and pretended to struggle. Terrell looked at Roxy.
Maybe Rocket Girl could come to our school. She could show off all her superpowers. That would be the best show ever.
Why did Terrell look at me?
Roxy thought.
That would be pretty cool.
Mara said suddenly.
Yeah!
Jack said. Roxy shrugged.
I guess it would be cool.
She said.
But I don't think Rocket Girl does school shows.
Just then, Roxy's watch beeped. She stopped walking and opened her backpack.
Oh, did I remember my homework?
She waited until her friends had walked a little more. Terrell kept looking back at her.
Mayor Bloom,
Roxy whispered.
what's wrong?
Bad news, Rocket Girl.
The mayor looked very serious.
A dangerous criminal escaped from Metro City Prison late last night.
Who?
Roxy asked.
He's one of the most terrible, evil criminals in the city.
Mayor Bloom said.
His name is Mr. Bubbles.
Roxy raised an eyebrow.
His name is Mr. Bubbles?
Mayor Bloom nodded. Roxy shrugged.
Okay, Mayor. I'm on my way.
Rocket Girl vs. Mr. Bubbles. Episode 2. Detective Smith Acts Strange.
Mr. Bubbles escaped from prison.
Roxy thought.
I have to help catch him.
Roxy called to her friends.
Hey, guys! I'll meet you at school. I forgot my homework.
Terrell watched Roxy hurry away. He said.
I wonder.
He shook his head.
No, she couldn't be.
A moment later, Roxy was zooming through the air. She landed in the Metro City Prison parking lot. A prison bus lay on its side. There was a big hole in the fence. Detective Smith was talking to two guards. He held a pen and a small notepad. The guards looked nervous. Roxy grinned.
Oh no, Detective! I didn't know you were sent to prison!
Detective Smith turned to Roxy.
This is no time for jokes, Rocket Girl. A very dangerous prisoner escaped.
I know!
Roxy said. Detective Smith turned back to the guards.
So tell me about the prisoner. His name is Mr. Bubbles, right?
One guard nodded.
He's one of the worst criminals in Metro City. He's a clown.
Detective Smith dropped his pen.
Did you say he's a clown?
That's right.
The guard said. Detective Smith's face went pale. Roxy tapped the detective's shoulder.
Detective? Are you okay?
Detective Smith didn't say anything. Roxy looked at the guards.
So how did Mr. Bubbles escape?
The female guard shuddered.
I was leading Mr. Bubbles out of the prison. We were going to take him to a different prison. But when I stepped outside, his gang was waiting in the dark. They grabbed Mr. Bubbles and ran off.
Who is in his gang?
Roxy asked.
Did you get a good look at any of them?
The first guard nodded.
We sure did. They were clowns too, just like Mr. Bubbles.
Detective Smith looked ill.
Detective, what is wrong with you today?
Roxy asked.
You're acting strange.
Just then, the detective's phone rang. It was in his pocket, but he didn't seem to hear it.
Detective Smith,
Roxy said.
your phone is ringing. Are you going to answer it?
Huh?
Detective Smith suddenly looked at Roxy.
Oh, my phone, right.
The detective pulled his phone from his pocket.
Hello? What? Oh, okay. We'll, go and check it out, I guess.
Detective Smith hung up the phone and looked at Roxy.
A policeman just spotted a tiny clown car speeding down West Street.
That must be Mr. Bubbles!
Roxy said.
We'd better get over there, Detective! Let's... Detective? Where are you?
Rocket Girl vs. Mr. Bubbles, Episode 3, Downtown Clowns.
Detective Smith!
Roxy scratched her head.
Where did he go?
One of the guards pointed toward the bus. Roxy flew over. She found the detective hiding behind the bus. Roxy frowned.
What are you doing? We have to catch Mr. Bubbles!
Detective Smith bit his lip.
Don't tell anyone, but I'm afraid of clowns.
Roxy was shocked.
Really?
Yes!
Detective Smith said.
So, can you catch Mr. Bubbles on your own?
Roxy put her hands on her hips.
I won't tell anyone you're afraid of clowns, Detective. But you should really face your fear.
Detective Smith sighed.
You're right. You go ahead. I'll follow in my patrol car and meet you downtown.
Okay, Detective.
Roxy said.
But you'd better be there.
Roxy flew off. She soon spotted a tiny clown car speeding through downtown Metro City. 2 police cars chased it. A clown leaned out of the tiny car's window. His hair was bright green.
I'm never going back to that filthy prison! Do you hear me? Never!
Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Whiz-hoo! One of the tiny car's tires popped. The car skidded to a stop. The clown with green hair stepped out. A flower was pinned to his jacket. Another clown got out of the car. Then 2 more clowns got out too.
How did they all fit in that tiny car?
Roxy thought. The clown with green hair glared at Roxy.
Rocket Girl!
I'm taking you back to prison, Mr. Bubbles.
Roxy shouted.
And everyone in your gang will be joining you.
Mr. Bubbles chuckled.
What do you think, boys? Should we let this little girl take us to prison?
The other clowns laughed.
No way, boss!
Prison sounds terrible!
Mr. Bubbles stared at Roxy.
You heard the clowns! We're not going!
He pulled a bottle from his pocket and pressed a button. Liquid sprayed out. Roxy jumped up and the liquid hit a mailbox. The mailbox melted into a puddle.
Yikes!
Roxy gulped.
This clown really is evil.
Mr. Bubbles let out an evil laugh and pressed the button again. But no more liquid came out.
Ugh! It's empty!
Mr. Bubbles threw the bottle at the ground.
Don't worry, boss.
Another clown ran back to the tiny car.
This will take care of Rocket Girl.
He popped open the trunk. Roxy heard a rumble and some loud squeaks. Roxy gasped. Big balloon animals leaped from the trunk. Rocket Girl vs. Mr. Bubbles, Episode 4, An Amazing Show. The balloon animals started smashing windows and chasing people. The clowns laughed and ran off. Crash! A balloon lion knocked over a hot dog stand.
My hot dogs!
The owner cried.
Rocket Girl, help!
A woman cried. A balloon tiger snapped its jaws at her. Roxy shot toward the balloon tiger. The tiger spun around and faced her. Roxy grabbed it and held it on the ground. The tiger wriggled free and then rolled on top of her. Roxy struggled with a big balloon. She squeezed as hard as she could. Pop! The balloon tiger zipped back and forth as the air left it. Soon, the lifeless balloon fell to the street. Roxy quickly popped all the other balloon animals. Then she went after the clowns. Terrell, Jack, and Mara were in science. Terrell pointed out the window.
I see clowns!
Mara scratched her head.
Why are they jogging?
Mr. Bubbles stopped jogging.
Take a break, boys.
He said.
I need to catch my breath.
The other clowns fell over.
I can't run anymore, boss.
One said.
My legs are tired.
It's too bad we left the car.
Another said. Mr. Bubbles nodded.
This escape isn't going well.
There you are.
Roxy swooped down toward the clowns.
Quick, boys!
Mr. Bubbles cried.
Run!
The other clowns tried to move, but police officers arrived and surrounded them. Roxy didn't see Detective Smith.
I guess he's still afraid of clowns.
She grabbed Mr. Bubbles' arm.
You're going back to prison,
She said. Mr. Bubbles pulled a rubber chicken from his pocket.
Grow!
The rubber chicken grew fast. Cluck! Cluck! The giant rubber chicken pecked at Roxy. Whiz-hoo! Roxy's eye laser beams blasted it into little pieces. Terrell looked around.
Roxy is never around when Rocket Girl shows up.
He thought. Mr. Bubbles squeezed the flour on his jacket. Smoke poured out. Roxy felt the clown slip from her hand.
Where did he go?
Roxy couldn't see anything. She heard a click. Roxy used her super breath to blow away the smoke. Detective Smith stood next to Mr. Bubbles. The clown was in handcuffs.
You came!
Roxy said. Detective Smith nodded.
I decided to face my fear just like you said. Thanks, Rocket Girl.
Roxy walked into school.
You missed the clowns, Roxy!
Jack said.
And a giant rubber chicken.
Mara said.
Really?
Roxy pretended to be surprised. Terrell gave Roxy a suspicious look.
You also missed Rocket Girl. Again.
Roxy just shrugged. Rocket Girl vs. Bonnie Bones, Episode 1, Treasure Hunt. A security guard stood inside True Savings Bank. He looked at his watch.
It's time to open the bank.
He unlocked the door and pushed it open. Several large figures stood in the entrance.
Arr!
One figure growled.
Give us all your loot.
It's this way.
Jack was looking at his phone.
Follow me.
Roxy and her friends were on a scavenger hunt. Jack was using his phone to locate a box. Someone had hidden the box in Metro City Park.
What do you think will be in the box?
Mara asked.
I hope it's something cool.
Terrell said.
Maybe the box is filled with candy.
I hope it's treasure.
Jack said, still looking down at his phone.
Now we need to turn right.
Treasure would be awesome.
Terrell said.
We'd all be rich.
Roxy laughed.
I doubt we'll find treasure. The box will probably just have a note. And maybe some bird feathers.
Jack turned onto a path. He looked closely at his phone as he walked. Mara gave him a worried look.
Watch where you're walking, Jack. You might...
Jack tripped over a tree root. The phone flew out of his hand as he fell. He sat up and grinned at Mara.
I might Trip over something?
Terrell picked up Jack's phone.
Don't worry, it's not broken.
He handed it back to Jack. They walked a little farther. Then Jack stopped and scratched his head.
I think we went the wrong way.
He groaned as he looked at his phone.
Aw, this map doesn't make any sense.
It's too bad Rocket Girl isn't here.
Terrell said.
I bet she could find the box really fast.
He stared at Roxy.
Right, Roxy?
Roxy gulped.
Uh-oh.
She thought.
I think he knows.
Mara laughed.
Rocket Girl has better things to do, Terrell.
Yeah,
Jack said.
she's always busy fighting supervillains.
Roxy quickly nodded.
Right. Rocket Girl has, other things to do.
Terrell shrugged.
Maybe. But if she was here, she could definitely find the box for us. She could use her X-ray vision and see right through everything.
Roxy's watch beeped.
Oh, I dropped my water bottle somewhere.
She said.
You guys go ahead. I'll catch up to you.
Roxy pressed a button on her watch.
Mayor Bloom, what's wrong?
Rocket Girl,
The mayor said.
True Savings Bank was just robbed. We need your help.
Roxy nodded.
You can count on me, Mayor.
Rocket Girl vs. Bonnie Bones. Episode 2. Yo Ho Ho. Roxy called to her friends. They were farther up the trail.
I'll be back in a minute. I still can't find my water bottle.
Wait!
Terrell called back.
We can help.
Before Terrell could finish, Roxy ran off. A moment later, she shot through the sky.
Whoa!
Mara cried.
Rocket Girl!
Terrell shook his head.
Roxy is never around when we see Rocket Girl.
Roxy arrived at True Savings Bank. Police cars were parked in front. Inside, Detective Smith was standing behind the counter.
Hello, sir.
Roxy said.
I'd like to open a bank account.
Detective Smith frowned.
Very funny, Rocket Girl. But we have a crime to solve. This bank was robbed.
I know.
Roxy said.
Do you know who the robber is?
Detective Smith shook his head.
I just got here a moment ago. I'm looking for clues.
It wasn't just one robber.
A security guard stomped over.
There was a whole group of them. They were horrible, dirty and smelly and mean.
Detective Smith took his small notebook from his pocket.
Can you describe what they looked like?
The security guard nodded.
The boss wore a large hat and has a hook for a hand. A parrot was sitting on her shoulder. It kept saying, yo ho ho.
Detective Smith raised an eyebrow.
Yo ho ho?
That's right.
The security guard said.
Yo ho ho.
What did the other robbers look like?
Roxy asked. The security guard rubbed his chin.
There were 3 other robbers. One had a long beard and an eye patch. The other 2 wore bandanas. One guy had a wooden leg.
It sounds like they're pirates.
Roxy said. Detective Smith scratched his head.
There aren't any pirates in Metro City. They must be from out of town.
We have to stop them before they rob another bank.
Roxy said. Just then, Detective Smith's phone beeped.
Hello? Oh no! Okay, we'll hurry over there right now!
What's going on?
Roxy asked.
Are the pirates robbing another bank?
Nope.
Detective Smith said.
They're eating lunch.
Huh?
Roxy was confused.
The pirates are at The Wharf. That's the city's fanciest seafood restaurant.
Detective Smith said.
The owner said they're causing lots of trouble. They are making a mess, breaking things and scaring the other customers.
Roxy folded her arms.
We have to catch them.
Detective Smith put away his phone.
Okay, Rocket Girl, let's... Rocket Girl?
Rocket Girl vs. Bonnie Bones, Episode 3, Trouble at the Wharf. Whoosh! Roxy zoomed over Metro City.
I have to stop those pirates,
She thought. She spotted the wharf and saw people outside. They looked scared. A loud crash came from inside the restaurant. Then Roxy heard laughter. Roxy rushed in. Food and broken plates covered the floor. People were hiding behind chairs and under tables.
This is terrible!
A woman cried.
I should have eaten at home!
Mean-looking pirates stood around one long table, shouting and laughing. A waiter stood on the table. He shook with fear as the pirates pointed swords at him.
You're going to walk the plank!
One pirate shouted. A parrot sat on her shoulder.
The plank!
The parrot said. The waiter bit his lip.
I wish Rocket Girl was here.
Who's Rocket Girl?
The pirate asked.
Who's Rocket Girl?
The parrot said.
I am,
Roxy said.
and I'm putting a stop to this right now.
The pirates spun around.
Phew!
The waiter said.
Thanks, Rocket Girl.
Roxy glared at the pirates.
This is not how you behave in our restaurant.
My name is Bonnie Bones.
The pirate with the parrot said.
We're pirates, and we behave any way we like. We rob banks, and we cause trouble.
She kicked a chair.
Yo ho ho!
The parrot said.
You're all under arrest.
Roxy said. Bonnie Bones pointed her hook at Roxy.
Get her, men!
The pirates charged toward Roxy, waving their swords. Whiz-hoo! Roxy fired her eye laser beams. One pirate's sword exploded. Roxy ducked as another pirate swung his sword at her. The sword split a table in half. The third pirate stepped closer. The tip of his sword brushed Roxy's nose.
Now you're in trouble.
He laughed.
I'll...
Just then, police officers rushed into the restaurant. 3 pirates froze. But Bonnie Bones ran for the door. Roxy shot after her.
Arr!
Bonnie Bones shouted.
You'll never catch me, Rocket Girl!
She climbed into a big pirate ship in the parking lot. Rumble, rumble! The ship lifted off the ground and flew away.
Stop!
Roxy flew after the ship. Creak! A hatch on the side of the ship opened. Roxy saw something inside. The thing was shiny with sharp teeth. Its jaws snapped open and shut as it flew out of the ship. Chomp! Chomp! It snapped at Roxy.
A flying robot shark!
Roxy cried. Bonnie Bones laughed.
Goodbye, Rocket Girl!
The parrot laughed.
Goodbye, Rocket Girl.
Rocket Girl vs. Bonnie Bones, Episode 4, Shark Attack. Chomp! 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 The robot shark shot toward Roxy.
Whoa!
Roxy darted to the side. The shark's snapping jaws just missed her. People on the street below pointed.
A flying robot shark!
A man cried.
Run!
A woman shouted. The shark flew at Roxy again. Its jaws were wide open. Whoosh! Roxy blew her freeze breath at the shark. Its jaws froze in place. Roxy grabbed the shark and swung it toward the ground. It smashed into a million pieces.
Now I need to catch Bonnie Bones!
Zoom! She spotted the pirate ship flying over Metro City Park. Roxy landed on the ship's deck. Bonnie Bones stood at the wheel. A big cannon sat near her.
Land this ship right now!
Roxy shouted.
I'm taking you to jail!
Jail!
The parrot sang.
Arr!
Bonnie Bones pointed the cannon at Roxy and lit the fuse. Boom! A cannonball shot out. Roxy leaped forward and caught the cannonball. Bonnie's eyes went wide.
How did you...
Roxy rolled the cannonball back at Bonnie. The pirate jumped out of the way. Then she lit the fuse again. Roxy stared hard. Orange beams shot from her eyes and melted the cannon. Bonnie tried to run away. Whiz-hoo! Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Bonnie blocked the laser beams with her hook. The beams bounced off and hit the ship's wheel. Kaboom! Bonnie held onto a railing as the ship crash-landed in the park. The ship's hull broke open. Money from the pirates' bank robberies spilled out. Jack gasped.
Pirate treasure!
Mara pointed at the ship's deck.
Rocket Girl!
Roxy stood in front of Bonnie. The pirate looked over her shoulder. She was standing on the ship's plank. It was a long way down. Police officers waited below.
You have two choices,
Roxy said.
go to jail now, or after you walk the plank.
Walk the plank!
The parrot sang. Bonnie Bones hung her head.
Arr, I guess we're going to jail.
Later, Roxy found her friends in the park.
Where were you?
Mara asked.
You missed all the excitement.
Really?
Roxy asked.
Did you find the box?
We saw something better!
Jack said.
Pirate's treasure!
Terrell nodded.
Rocket Girl found it. But you probably knew that, right?
Huh?
Jack said.
How would Roxy know that?
Just then, Roxy spotted something under a shrub.
The box!
They ran over to see what was inside.
Phew!
Roxy thought.
My secret is still safe.
Rocket Girl vs. the Donut Zombies. Episode 1. Kale and Tofu. Sunshine Coffee Shop was packed. People sat at tables drinking coffee and eating baked goods. A woman stood behind the counter.
I can help the next customer.
A man stepped up to the counter. He ordered a cup of tea.
I'll also have a donut, please.
He sat down and took a bite of his donut. Suddenly,
Yuck!
Jack looked at the food on his tray and frowned.
Why did Principal Penn have to change the menu?
It was lunchtime. Roxy and her friends were in the school cafeteria. Today was the first day with the new lunch menu. The kids' trays were full of vegetables and whole grains. All of the food was now healthy and organic.
Oh!
Terrell groaned.
Why did Principal Penn do this to us? The old menu was perfect, except for Sloppy Joe's.
You two are acting silly.
Mara said.
This food is delicious.
She took a bite of her kale salad and smiled. She ate some more. Terrell looked at his food suspiciously. He stuck his fork into a small cube and held it up.
What is this thing?
It's tofu.
Mara said.
It's made from soybeans. It's good. You should try it.
Terrell wrinkled his nose.
No thanks.
The tofu fell off his fork. It bounced off the table and landed on the floor. A kid walking by stepped on the tofu. It was now flat and mushy, with bits of dirt on it. Jack and Terrell laughed.
I like the new menu,
Roxy said.
Also, this isn't the only thing Principal Penn changed. She wants everyone to be healthier, so she added 10 more minutes to recess.
Now that is a good change,
Jack said.
Yeah, but...
Terrell sighed.
I wish Rocket Girl would save us from this kale and tofu.
Roxy rolled her eyes.
Rocket Girl has more important things to do, Terrell. And besides, maybe Rocket Girl actually likes this kind of food.
Terrell gave Roxy a sly look.
She does? How do you know?
Roxy froze. Just then, her watch beeped.
I'll be right back,
Roxy told her friends. She went into the hallway and flipped the watch open. Mayor Bloom looked scared.
What's wrong, Mayor?
Roxy asked.
Rocket Girl, something terrible is happening.
Mayor Bloom said.
Hungry zombies are invading Metro City. There's a crowd of them at Sunshine Coffee Shop.
Roxy gulped.
Don't worry, Mayor. I'm on my way.
Rocket Girl vs. the Donut Zombies. Episode 2, Messy Hair.
I have to get to Sunshine Coffee Shop.
Roxy thought.
Zombies are hurting people.
Roxy went back to the table.
I just remembered. I need to help Principal Penn.
Roxy ran down the hall. She threw open the door and leaped into the sky. People stood outside Sunshine Coffee Shop. When Roxy got closer, she saw they were not normal people. Their eyes were blank. Their hair was messy, and they moved in a strange way.
Zombies!
Roxy said. A woman was in the doorway of Sunshine Coffee Shop. She was waving zombies away with a broom. The zombies' mouths snapped open and shut.
Get out of here!
The woman yelled. Roxy swooped down and pushed the zombies away from the door. Then she ran in with the woman. The woman locked the door behind her.
Phew!
The woman ran a hand across her forehead.
That was scary. I'm glad you're here, Rocket Girl.
No problem,
Roxy said. Suddenly, she spotted Detective Smith. He stood up near a case with only a few donuts left. His hair was messy.
Ah!
Roxy cried.
It's another zombie!
Detective Smith frowned.
Very funny, Rocket Girl.
He tried to pat down his hair.
I forgot to brush my hair this morning.
Roxy pointed out the window.
What turned all those people into zombies?
Detective Smith scratched his head. His hair got messier.
I'm not sure.
The woman pointed at the case.
It was those donuts.
How do you know?
Roxy asked.
A man came in earlier.
She said.
After he ate one of the donuts, he looked strange. He tried to bite another customer, so I pushed him outside. Other people ate the donuts after that. The same thing happened to them.
Detective Smith opened the case. He picked up a donut and studied it.
It looks like a regular donut to me.
Did this ever happen before?
Roxy asked. The woman shook her head.
Never. I just started ordering these donuts from a new bakery. These are the first ones I got.
What's the name of the bakery?
Detective Smith asked.
Le Sweets.
The woman said.
It's just outside the city, near the mountains.
I'll go and check it out,
Roxy said. She ran out the door and flew off. Down the block, she saw the door to Shopwell Supermarket fly open. A huge pack of zombies spilled out from the door. Rocket Girl vs. the Donut Zombies, Episode 3, Le Sweet. Roxy landed. Zombies stumbled out of Shopwell Supermarket. Crumbs were stuck to their mouths. Roxy saw a Le Sweet wrapper stuck to one zombie. Roxy gasped.
That zombie is the Mighty Man actor!
People were running and shouting.
Zombies!
An old man cried. 3 teenagers started to race away. Then one held up his phone.
I'm going to take a selfie with...
The Mighty Man zombie chomped the phone and then spit it out. The boy ran after his friends. Roxy saw several people huddled on top of a cab.
Rocket Girl, save us!
Zombies reached up, grabbing at the people. An old man swung his cane at the zombies.
Get away from us, you monsters!
Zoom! Roxy shot through the air. She blew her super breath. The zombies tumbled and rolled over each other.
Run!
Roxy told the people.
Find somewhere to hide! I'll be back soon!
Roxy flew to Le Sweet's bakery. Inside, huge ovens lined one wall. Machines hummed loudly. Long belts filled with donuts rolled along slowly. One machine squirted icing onto donuts. Another machine dunked donuts into a tub of chocolate.
I have to shut this place down. It's making donuts and zombies.
Roxy turned everything off. The bakery became still and silent. A second later, Roxy heard footsteps. A man with an apron and a tall white hat hurried in.
What happened?
He cried. Then he spotted Roxy.
Rocket Girl!
Sorry, sir.
Roxy said.
You might not know this, but your donuts are causing a big problem. You see...
You think you can stop me, do you?
The man glared at Roxy.
Huh?
Roxy was confused. The man continued.
My name is Pete Le Sweet. I invented a special donut recipe. It's so good, everybody will be hungry for one thing. My donuts!
He laughed.
And you won't stop me, Rocket Girl.
Roxy narrowed her eyes.
You planned to turn people into zombies? It wasn't an accident?
Le Sweet raised an eyebrow.
Huh? Zombies?
Roxy put her hands on her hips.
Your special recipe stinks, Le Sweet. Your donuts are turning people into zombies.
Le Sweet shrugged.
As long as I'm selling lots of donuts, who cares?
He put his hand on a lever.
Goodbye, Rocket Girl.
Le Sweet pulled the lever. Chocolate syrup rushed out, completely covering Roxy. Rocket Girl vs. the Donut Zombies, Episode 4, Cookies. Roxy struggled in the chocolate syrup. It was thick and heavy. Slowly, she stood up. Then she spun around. She spun faster and faster, like a tornado. Drops of syrup flew off of her and splattered all over. Soon, Roxy was clean. She looked around.
Where's LeSuite?
Roxy flew out a window.
There he is!
LeSuite was driving a delivery truck on the road below. The truck was zooming toward the city. A different delivery truck lay on its side. Roxy flew to the second truck. The driver stood next to it.
What happened?
Roxy asked. The driver threw his hands in the air.
LeSuite ran me off the road! Then he stole my delivery route. He said I'd never deliver my whole grain cookies again. From now on, people are only eating LeSuite donuts. The man is crazy!
Where was your next delivery?
Roxy asked.
Metro City Elementary School,
the man said. Roxy gulped.
We need to go there right now. Fast!
She grabbed the driver with one hand. She grabbed the truck with the other hand. Zoom! Roxy shot through the sky. The driver smiled.
Wow!
As she flew over the city, Roxy looked down. She saw the mighty man actor. He was taking a selfie with someone.
Phew!
Roxy thought.
He looks fine now. People don't stay zombies forever.
As the kids ate lunch in the cafeteria, a man walked in. He carried a stack of boxes.
My name is Pete LeSuite,
he said.
I have free donuts for everyone!
Everyone clapped and cheered. LeSuite held up a donut.
Who wants the first one? Me!
Jack ran over. LeSuite handed him the donut. Suddenly, the cafeteria doors flew open.
Don't eat that!
Roxy shouted. Jack jumped. The donut flew out of his hand. It went up in the air and landed right in LeSuite's mouth. Detective Smith rushed in. Roxy smiled.
You can take this zombie to jail, Detective.
The driver stepped forward.
Who wants cookies?
Everyone cheered.
You missed Rocket Girl!
Mara said to Roxy during recess.
Oh, that's too bad.
Roxy said. Terrell gave Roxy a suspicious look.
You always miss Rocket Girl. I wonder why.
Roxy didn't know what to say.
You missed something else, too.
Jack said suddenly.
A weird guy ate a donut and turned into a zombie.
Roxy laughed. But Terrell still had that suspicious look on his face. Rocket Girl vs. the Villains, Episode 1, An Odd Morning. A guard walked through Metro City Prison.
Lights out!
She called.
It's bedtime!
In his cell, Mr. Presto grumbled and climbed into bed. Mrs. Wiggles and Dr. Odd were in nearby cells.
I hate bedtime,
Mrs. Wiggles said. The guard ignored the villain. She walked around a corner. Then she gasped. There was a huge hole in the wall. The guard shouted.
A prisoner escaped!
Where's Terrell?
Jack asked. Roxy and Mara were waiting outside Jack's house.
He's going to be a little late today.
Roxy said.
We can walk to school without him.
The three friends walked along the sidewalk.
Why is Terrell going to be late?
Jack asked. Mara chuckled.
He's probably at home, trying to figure out who Rocket Girl really is.
Jack laughed. Roxy grinned.
No, he's at a dentist appointment.
Soon they arrived at school. As they reached their classroom, Roxy heard her watch beep.
I'll be right in.
Roxy said.
I have to, use the restroom.
Roxy ducked around a corner.
Mayor Bloom,
She whispered.
Is everything okay?
The mayor looked confused.
I'm not sure, Rocket Girl. I think someone escaped from Metro City Prison.
Who?
Roxy asked.
I don't know.
Mayor Bloom said.
The guards spent the night checking cells. All the prisoners are still there.
Roxy scratched her head.
I don't understand, Mayor. Why do you think someone escaped?
There's a big hole in the prison wall.
Mayor Bloom said.
It's very suspicious.
Okay, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'm on my way.
Suddenly, the school doors flew open. Shwoom! A loud humming sound filled the air. Roxy closed her watch. She felt an invisible force pulling on her. Teachers and students flew by as if a vacuum was pulling them. Using her super strength, Roxy kept her feet planted on the floor. Mara and Jack flew by.
Ah!
Mara screamed.
Help!
Jack shouted. Books, pencils, and papers dropped from backpacks. The hallway was a mess. A moment later, everyone was gone.
Yikes!
Roxy thought.
What's going on?
Huh?
Terrell said.
What happened?
He was standing in front of Metro City Elementary School. Papers and books lay on the blacktop. The doors were wide open. Terrell ran inside. At the far end of the hallway, he saw Roxy dart into a restroom. Terrell hurried down the hallway. A second later, the restroom door banged open, and Rocket Girl burst out. Rocket Girl vs. the Villains, Episode 2, Terrell's Promise. Terrell gasped.
Roxy!
Roxy gulped. Terrell knew her secret. She took a deep breath.
Hi, Terrell.
Terrell's eyes were wide.
I knew it, Roxy! I knew you were Rocket Girl!
Yes?
Roxy said slowly.
But listen, you can't tell anyone, okay? Only 2 other people know, Principal Penn and Mayor Bloom.
Terrell placed his hand over his heart.
I promise to keep it a secret.
He looked around.
What happened here?
Roxy frowned.
I was talking to Mayor Bloom. Suddenly, something sucked away all the kids and teachers. But I don't know what it was.
Why were you talking to Mayor Bloom?
Terrell asked.
Something odd happened at Metro City Prison.
Roxy said.
I can't tell you about that right now. I have to get there right away.
Okay,
Terrell said.
Maybe I could stay here and look for clues or something.
Roxy nodded.
Good idea. If you need me, call me on my watch.
Roxy gave Terrell the special number for Rocket Girl. He put it into his phone. Roxy arrived at Metro City Prison. She saw a big hole in the side of the building. She flew through it and into the prison. Detective Smith jumped.
Rocket Girl, you startled me.
Sorry, Detective.
Roxy said.
I'm in a rush. This hole isn't the only thing that happened this morning.
What else happened?
Detective Smith asked. Roxy told him about the event at school. He rubbed his chin.
2 very weird events.
Do you think they are connected?
Roxy asked. The detective sighed.
I have no idea.
Me neither.
Roxy said. Suddenly, Mrs. Wiggles sat up in bed.
I hate bedtime.
Roxy rolled her eyes.
It's morning, Mrs. Wiggles. It's not bedtime.
Roxy looked around.
Mayor Bloom said all the prisoners are still here.
Detective Smith nodded.
The guards have counted the prisoners several times. Nobody is missing.
Roxy shook her head.
Then who made this hole? And why?
Roxy looked more closely at the hole.
The surface inside the hole is perfectly smooth.
Detective Smith nodded.
There aren't any chips or broken bits of wall. It's very odd.
I hate bedtime!
Mrs. Wiggles said again. Roxy turned around.
It's not... I hate bedtime! I hate bedtime!
A tiny puff of smoke drifted from Mrs. Wiggles' ear.
That's strange.
Roxy thought. Using her X-ray vision, she looked at Mrs. Wiggles. Inside the villain, Roxy saw gears and springs. Roxy gasped.
That's not Mrs. Wiggles! It's a robot!
Rocket Girl vs. the Villains. Episode 3. Kid Rocket. Detective Smith looked at the Mrs. Wiggles robot.
So the real Mrs. Wiggles escaped. But how did she make that hole? It's so smooth, as if it was made with...
Roxy gasped.
Magic!
Detective Smith raised an eyebrow.
Huh?
Using her X-ray vision, Roxy looked at Mr. Presto. The magician was also a robot. And who made the robots? Roxy spun toward another prisoner.
Dr. Odd!
With her X-ray vision, she saw that Dr. Odd was a robot too. Roxy bit her lip.
This is terrible! Everyone from school is gone. And now at least 3 villains have escaped.
Detective Smith pulled out his phone.
I'll find the address of Dr. Odd's headquarters. Maybe they went there.
Or to Mrs. Wiggles' empty candy factory,
Roxy said. Just then, her watch beeped.
Mayor Bloom?
Nope. This is Kid Rocket.
Roxy rolled her eyes.
Hi, Terrell.
Terrell sounded excited.
I think I found everyone from school. I followed a trail of pencils, papers, and books. It led me to the candy factory.
Whoa!
Roxy said.
Then Mrs. Wiggles is definitely involved in the stuff at school, too. I'll be right there, Terrell.
Detective Smith put away his phone.
Okay, Rocket Girl, I think... Rocket Girl.
Roxy flew to the candy factory. Terrell was waiting outside.
Hey, Roxy.
Shh!
Roxy said.
Don't use my real name when I'm Rocket Girl.
Oh, right.
Terrell said.
Sorry.
Roxy spotted an open window upstairs. She shot inside. Below, kids and teachers were gathered on the factory floor. Mrs. Wiggles stood on a platform. She held a long licorice rope. Roxy didn't see Mr. Presto or Dr. Odd.
Tell me now, who is Rocket Girl?
Mrs. Wiggles said to the crowd. Nobody answered. Mrs. Wiggles stamped her foot.
I know one of you is Rocket Girl. She's a kid. That means she goes to school. Now, tell me where she is. We won't tell you anything.
Principal Penn shouted.
Yeah!
Jack cried. Roxy flew over the crowd.
I'm right here, Mrs. Wiggles.
Rocket Girl!
Mara cried. Mrs. Wiggles gave Roxy an evil look. Roxy shot toward the villain. Just then, Mr. Presto stepped out of a corner.
1, 2, 3, presto!
Roxy was suddenly in another room in the factory. A door opened, and Mrs. Wiggles stepped in. She had an evil smile. A big robot smashed through a wall. Roxy saw Dr. Odd inside the robot. Poof! Mr. Presto appeared. Roxy gulped.
I'm surrounded by villains!
Rocket Girl vs. the Villains. Episode 4. Surrounded by Villains. Mrs. Wiggles grinned.
We're so happy to see you, Rocket Girl. Our plan was to suck you out of school.
Mr. Presto chuckled.
That didn't work, but luckily you showed up anyway.
What do you want?
Roxy demanded. Dr. Odd cackled.
We want to get rid of you, once and for all.
He fired an energy blast at Roxy. Bazoom!
Whoa!
Roxy jumped. Mr. Presto waved his wand.
Presto!
A brick wall appeared. Bam!
Oof!
Roxy fell on her back. Stomp! Stomp! The robot rushed toward Roxy. A heavy foot came down on her. Roxy grabbed the foot. She flipped the robot backward. Crash! The building shook.
Ah!
Dr. Odd cried. Principal Penn saw the wall shake. She looked around. No one was guarding them anymore.
Everyone, back to school!
The teachers and students hurried outside. Mr. Presto waved his wand again. Whiz-hoo! Roxy fired her eye laser beams. But Mr. Presto vanished before they struck. Roxy felt the licorice rope wrap around her.
Got you!
Mrs. Wiggles shouted. Roxy groaned.
Oh, I hate licorice!
Bazoom! An energy blast knocked Roxy over. Outside, Terrell heard the noise.
Roxy's in trouble.
He climbed through a window. Mr. Presto raised his wand. Whoosh! Roxy used her super breath. The wand flew from his hand. Terrell caught it. Roxy smiled.
Terrell!
Don't move.
Terrell pointed the wand at the magician. Mr. Presto held up his hands.
Don't cast a spell on me!
Mrs. Wiggles dropped the licorice rope and ran for the door.
You'll never catch me!
Roxy quickly freed herself. She swung the licorice rope and caught Mrs. Wiggles.
No!
The villain cried. Roxy heard heavy footsteps. Dr. Odd was running toward Terrell.
Get my wand!
Mr. Presto yelled to Dr. Odd. Whiz-hoo! Roxy fired her eye laser beams. The robot exploded. Dr. Odd lay on the floor moaning. Roxy quickly tied up the villains with the licorice rope. Then she turned to Terrell.
Thanks for the help! Ready to fly?
Terrell's face lit up. Roxy held Terrell with one hand. She held the bundled villains with the other.
Whoa!
Terrell laughed as he and Roxy soared over Metro City. They dropped off the villains at prison. Then he and Roxy returned to school.
Roxy! Terrell!
Mara said.
You missed everything! Villains kidnapped everyone from school!
Rocket Girl saved us!
Jack said.
Really?
Roxy pretended to be surprised.
I can't believe we missed that.
Terrell said. He glanced at Roxy. The two friends chuckled. Rocket Girl and the Wormholes. Episode 1. Research Projects. It was a busy day at Metro City Central Bank.
I need some money.
A customer said. The bank teller typed on a computer. A drawer popped open.
Uh-oh.
The bank teller said.
There's no more money in the drawer. Wait here. I'll get it from the safe.
He went over to the safe, unlocked the door, and opened it. The bank teller gasped.
All the money is gone!
Wow!
Mara said.
Saturn's rings are amazing!
Roxy and her friends were in the computer center at school. They were doing research projects for science.
I'd like to run around Saturn on its rings.
Jack said. Mara rolled her eyes.
You can't run on Saturn's rings, Jack. They're not solid. They're made of chunks of ice and rock that float around the planet.
Terrell looked over from his computer.
I'm researching the first moon landing. You could definitely run on the moon. You'd need a spacesuit, though.
Roxy nodded.
Plus, there isn't much gravity on the moon, so you could jump really high.
Jack stood up.
Earth, this is Astronaut Jack. I just landed on the moon. I'm going to try moon jumping now.
Jack jumped as high as he could. Roxy, Mara, and Terrell laughed. Miss Apricot walked over.
Jack, did you pick a topic for your project yet?
Jack scratched his head.
I might research aliens.
Miss Apricot sighed.
Please pick something more serious than that. And stop jumping.
Okay, Miss Apricot.
Jack sat back down.
What are you writing about, Roxy?
Terrell asked.
Well,
Roxy said.
I picked the planet Mercury, but it's not very interesting.
Terrell looked thoughtful for a moment.
I have an idea. Rocket Girl.
Roxy tried not to laugh. She knew Terrell was kidding.
Very funny, Terrell. But Rocket Girl has more important things to do than help me.
Terrell shook his head.
No, I meant you should write about Rocket Girl. She can fly through space, right? And she's probably as fast as a comet.
Mara chuckled.
That's ridiculous, Terrell.
It's even sillier than my alien idea.
Jack said. Just then, Roxy's watch beeped.
I'll be right back,
She whispered to Terrell.
Mayor Bloom is calling me.
Roxy stepped out of the computer center.
Mayor Bloom, what's wrong?
I need your help, Rocket Girl.
Mayor Bloom said.
Metro City Central Bank was just robbed.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'll be there right away!
Rocket Girl and the Wormholes. Episode 2. More Robberies. Roxy poked her head into the computer center.
I'll be back soon, Miss Apricot. I need to help Principal Penn.
Roxy glanced at Terrell and nodded. He nodded back. Then Roxy ran out of the school and shot into the air. She found Detective Smith inside Metro City Central Bank. The door to the bank safe was open. The detective was knocking on it. Roxy grinned.
The door is open, Detective. You don't have to knock.
Very funny, Rocket Girl.
Detective Smith frowned.
I'm wondering how the thief got into the safe.
The bank teller stood behind Detective Smith.
It doesn't make any sense. The safe isn't broken. There's no hole in the wall. I don't understand how someone stole the money.
Did you see anyone suspicious?
Roxy asked. The teller shook his head.
There are no clues,
Detective Smith said.
This is very odd.
Just then, his phone rang.
Hello? Uh-oh, we're on our way.
Detective Smith looked at Roxy.
True Savings Bank was just robbed. We need to... Rocket Girl?
Zoom! Roxy flew to True Savings Bank and rushed inside. A woman ran over.
Rocket Girl, I'm glad you're here. I'm Mrs. Betts, the bank manager. We were just robbed. Yes, I know,
Roxy said.
Did you see the robber?
Mrs. Betts nodded.
I saw her escape.
Roxy ran back to the door.
Which way did she go?
Mrs. Betts sighed.
Ugh. She didn't go out the door,
Detective Smith ran into the bank.
Are we too late?
Yes,
Roxy said.
but luckily Mrs. Betts saw the robber.
Roxy turned back to the bank manager.
Tell us what you saw.
Mrs. Betts led Roxy and Detective Smith into a safe.
It sounds ridiculous,
She said.
but there was a spinning, glowing hole right here in the wall. A woman was grabbing money and throwing it into the hole. I told her to stop, but she ignored me. She threw the rest of the money in. Then she jumped into the hole and the hole disappeared. Now, it's a solid wall again.
Roxy knocked on the wall.
Maybe it was a wormhole.
Huh?
Detective Smith said.
A wormhole.
Roxy said.
It's like a tunnel through space. It connects two different places. I didn't think wormholes were real, though.
Detective Smith's phone rang again.
Hello?
As he listened, the color drained from his face. He hung up the phone and looked at Roxy. Detective Smith swallowed.
Every bank in Metro City has been robbed!
Rocket Girl and the Wormholes. Episode 3, Wormholes. Roxy bit her lip.
We have to stop the bank robber.
Yes, but she probably won't rob again.
Detective Smith said.
She already robbed every bank in the city.
Roxy sighed.
You're right. There's one more place with money.
Mrs. Betts said.
What's that?
Detective Smith asked.
The Mint.
Mrs. Betts said.
Of course!
Roxy said.
The robber will probably go there next. And I'll be waiting for her.
Roxy sat on a big pile of money in the Mint. She waited and waited. Suddenly, a small light formed on one wall. Roxy gasped.
A wormhole!
The light spun fast. It grew bigger. A woman stepped out of the wormhole. She grabbed some money and threw it through the wormhole.
Stop right there!
Roxy shouted. The woman looked up.
Rocket Girl!
Roxy flew toward the villain. The woman held up a blaster. Wazam! An energy blast knocked Roxy back. The villain jumped into the wormhole and the wormhole disappeared.
Brrr!
Roxy stamped her foot.
How will I catch the villain?
Terrell's phone rang.
Hello?
He whispered.
Terrell,
Roxy said.
I'm trying to catch a bank robber. I need you to look up something for me. Wormholes.
Terrell did a quick search on his computer. He said.
A scientist at Metro City University does wormhole research. Her name is Dr. Vic Nebula. Maybe she can help you.
Good idea. Thanks.
Roxy said. Roxy arrived at the university and found Vic Nebula's lab. Roxy gasped. The lab was filled with money.
Dr. Nebula is the thief.
Roxy thought. The scientist stood in front of an open wormhole. She was holding a strange device.
Dr. Nebula!
Roxy said. Vic looked over.
Ugh, you're here.
Roxy put her hands on her hips.
You're a scientist. Why are you stealing money?
I need a bigger lab for my research.
Vic said.
I invented a wormhole device. When I'm done working on it, I'll be the most famous scientist ever.
Roxy shook her head.
You're going to jail.
No,
Vic said.
I'm taking this money to a place where nobody will find it.
Roxy flew fast. Vic pressed a button on the device. A new wormhole appeared, and she jumped into it. She popped out of another wormhole behind Roxy. Roxy spun around and charged toward Vic. Vic stepped to the side. Roxy tried to stop, but she skidded right into the wormhole. As the wormhole closed, Vic laughed.
Now nobody will ever find Rocket Girl!
Rocket Girl and the Wormholes, Episode 4, Super Rocket Speed. Roxy landed on a sidewalk.
Where am I?
She looked around. None of the signs were in English. Roxy checked the GPS on her watch. She gulped.
I'm on the other side of the world! I have to get back to Metro City before Vic Nebula disappears!
Roxy used her super rocket speed and shot into the air. Boom! Her speed created a sonic boom that shook buildings. Roxy gritted her teeth. She flew over the clouds and into space. She passed over the North Pole and then headed back down to Earth. Lakes, fields, mountains, and cities flashed by below her.
Yes!
Roxy cried.
There's Metro City!
As Roxy raced toward Metro City University, she used her X-ray vision. She saw Vic Nebula holding bundles of money. The scientist was about to step into a wormhole. Zoom! Roxy smashed through the wall of the lab. She slammed into Vic and knocked her away from the wormhole.
Gah!
Vic tried to run away. Roxy grabbed the villain's arm. Vic swung her arm away. Roxy's fingers hit buttons on the wormhole device. Suddenly, dozens of wormholes popped open in the lab. Roxy leaped toward Vic. They tumbled through a wormhole and landed in downtown Metro City. Vic tried to push Roxy through another wormhole. Roxy grabbed her, and they fell through together. This time, they landed in the computer center at school.
Rocket Girl!
Mara cried.
Brrr!
Roxy tried again to steal the wormhole device. Crash! She and Vic knocked over chairs as they fought. They fell into another wormhole and were back in Vic's lab. Roxy fired her eye laser beams at the device.
Ouch!
Vic cried. The device fell from her hand. She stumbled backward and fell into a wormhole. The device hit the floor. Crack! Instantly, all the wormholes vanished. Vic was gone too. Roxy picked up her broken device.
Vic can't come back without this. I wonder where she is now.
She looked around the lab.
At least she didn't get away with the money.
Roxy returned to the computer center at school.
Did Vic Nebula help you catch the villain?
Terrell whispered. Roxy shook her head.
Vic Nebula was the villain. She got away, but she'll never come back.
Roxy shrugged.
At least I have a new idea for my research project.
What's that?
Terrell asked.
Wormholes!
Roxy grinned. Rocket Girl vs. the Dolls, Episode 1, Downtown Toys. Detective Smith was at his nephew's birthday party. A man was performing.
My name is Chuck,
the man said. He moved a large doll on his lap.
and this is Chuckles. Say hello, Chuckles.
Hello, Chuckles.
Chuck tried to pretend that Chuckles was talking.
Your mouth is moving,
A girl said.
This show stinks,
A boy said. Chuck kept talking.
You're not good at this, Chuck.
That's not nice, Chuckles.
No, I'm not nice, Chuck. I'm bad, bad, bad.
Detective Smith groaned.
This is terrible.
I don't know what to get for Dina.
Mara said. Roxy and her friends were at Downtown Toys. It was the biggest toy store in Metro City. Mara needed a gift for her cousin.
How old is Dina?
Roxy asked.
She's 2 years old.
Mara said. Terrell said.
I wonder what 2-year-olds like to do.
Jack grabbed a plastic sword.
Does Dina like swords?
Jack swung the sword around. Then he pretended to fight Terrell. Terrell laughed and grabbed a sword. Bonk! Bang! He and Jack knocked the swords together. Roxy and Mara rolled their eyes.
Dina is lots of fun,
Mara said.
I love playing with her, but I don't know what she does when I'm not around.
You can get her an art kit.
Roxy said. She picked one up.
This has pencils, brushes, and paint.
Mara shook her head.
That's too messy. The last time Dina came over, she smeared ketchup all over the table. I don't think she should have paint.
This store sells musical instruments.
Roxy said.
You could get Dina a recorder or some drums.
Mara snorted.
No way! Dina is loud enough already.
Oof!
Terrell fell backward into Roxy.
Sorry,
Terrell said.
Jack knocked me over.
Jack swung his sword. Terrell blocked it. Roxy laughed.
It's too bad Rocket Girl isn't here, Terrell.
Why?
Terrell asked. Roxy smiled.
She could help you defeat Jack.
No way!
Jack said.
Even Rocket Girl can't defeat me. I'm Sir Jack, the bravest knight in the land.
Ha!
Terrell leaped toward Jack with his sword. Roxy grabbed a sword, but then her watch beeped. She stepped away from her friends.
Mayor Bloom?
Roxy said.
What's wrong?
Rocket Girl,
Mayor Bloom said.
I need you to go to Metro City Convention Center. There's a huge doll show this weekend. Someone stole some very valuable dolls.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
Rocket Girl is on her way!
Rocket Girl vs. the Dolls. Episode 2, The Doll Show. Roxy pulled Terrell aside.
Someone robbed a doll show.
She whispered.
I'll be back soon.
Good luck,
Terrell said.
I'll tell Jack and Mara you had to run home for a minute.
Roxy arrived at Metro City Convention Center. Detective Smith was talking to some people. He held a tiny coat. Roxy grinned.
That coat is too small for you, Detective.
Detective Smith frowned.
Ha ha, Rocket Girl. This coat belongs to a doll.
A very special doll,
A man said. He wore a bright green suit.
I spent a lot of money on it. It's from Europe.
My dolls are more than 100 years old.
A woman said, wiping a tear from her eye.
And now they're gone.
My dolls are gone too.
Another person said. Detective Smith took out his notebook.
Did anyone see the thief?
The man in the green suit sniffed.
No, we were eating lunch in another room.
The woman nodded.
I heard a loud crash, like glass being smashed. We ran in here and...
She started to cry. The man patted her shoulder.
It's okay, Betty. Rocket Girl will save our dolls.
He looked at Roxy.
Right?
I'll do my best.
Roxy couldn't believe how much these people liked their dolls.
I heard the thief.
Another woman said.
I was near the exit during the robbery. I heard someone say, I am bad, bad, bad.
Detective Smith scratched his head.
I might know who the thief is. A performer named Chuck was at my nephew's birthday party. He had a large doll and was terrible. He said the same thing. I'm bad, bad, bad.
If Chuck was terrible,
Roxy said.
maybe he became a thief instead.
I have his business card.
Detective Smith pulled the card from his pocket and looked at it.
He lives just around the corner. Let's go!
Roxy and Detective Smith arrived at Chuck's apartment. The door was open, so they went in.
Chuck?
Detective Smith called. They heard a muffled voice. Roxy rushed to the closet and opened it. A man was tied up. Detective Smith quickly untied him.
Thank you,
Chuck said.
I'm so glad you're here. He's evil and out of control.
Huh?
Roxy scratched her head.
We're here because we thought you robbed the doll show.
Chuck shook his head.
I wouldn't do that. It was him.
Who?
Detective Smith asked.
Who do you think?
Chuck said.
My doll, Chuckles!
Rocket Girl vs. the Dolls. Episode 3. Chuckles.
Chuckles is a doll.
Roxy said to Chuck.
A doll can't commit a crime.
Detective Smith nodded.
Good point.
Please believe me.
Chuck said.
Chuckles has a special computer chip in his back. It was supposed to make him talk and be funny. Instead, it made him evil.
Detective Smith's phone rang.
Hello? Oh no, we're on our way!
He hung up.
Someone is robbing downtown toys!
Chuckles!
Chuck said. Roxy gulped.
My friends are there.
Roxy flew into downtown toys. Terrell peeked out from behind a shelf. He held a finger to his lips. Then he pointed toward the cash registers. Roxy saw a big doll standing on a cash register.
That must be Chuckles.
Several other dolls were taking money from the cash registers. They stuffed the money into bags. The dolls looked old and valuable.
Those are the dolls from the doll show.
Roxy thought.
Maybe Chuckles made them come to life.
Chuckles laughed.
I'm going to be rich, rich, rich!
No, you're not!
Roxy shouted.
Rocket Girl!
Chuckles looked at the other dolls.
Attack!
The dolls dropped the money bags and rushed toward Roxy.
Uh-oh.
Roxy said as dolls grabbed her.
These dolls are valuable. I can't break them.
Chuckles grabbed the money bag.
It's time for me to go, go, go!
Roxy almost stepped on one doll.
Whoops!
She stumbled and knocked over a candy display. It blocked the entrance.
Gah!
Chuckles said.
I'll find a back door.
He ran off. Roxy managed to pull the dolls off her. Quickly, she looked around. There was a cabinet under a cash register. She scooped up the dolls and stuffed them in the cabinet. Then she closed the door. Suddenly, Roxy's watch beeped.
Terrell?
I caught the big doll.
Terrell said.
We're in the doll department.
Let me go, kid.
Chuckles yelled in the background.
I'll be right there.
Roxy flew to the doll department. Boxes of dolls lined the shelves. Terrell was struggling with Chuckles. Roxy rushed over and pinned the doll to the floor.
Got you!
She said.
Dolls alive!
Chuckles shouted. The doll boxes shook.
Uh-oh!
Terrell said. A plastic fist popped out from one box. A tiny foot broke out from another box. Soon, all the dolls were out of their boxes.
Attack!
Chuckles yelled. Angry dolls dived onto Roxy and Terrell. The dolls punched and kicked.
Ouch!
Terrell cried. Tiny plastic hands grabbed at Roxy. Chuckles slipped from her grip and laughed.
I am big, big, big!
Rocket Girl vs. the Dolls. Episode 4. The Rotten Doll. More angry dolls piled onto Roxy and Terrell. Chuckles giggled.
Goodbye, Rocket Girl.
You won't get away!
Roxy shouted.
Yes, I will.
Chuckles said.
I got away from Chuck. He didn't make much money, so I left. Now I'll create a huge doll army and steal money, money, money!
Chuckles ran out of the store. Roxy pushed away some of the dolls. Other dolls jumped onto her and Terrell.
Rocket Girl, do something!
Terrell said.
I have an idea.
Roxy stared at the dolls on top of her. Orange beams radiated from her eyes. The dolls began to melt. Soon, a puddle of melted plastic covered the floor.
Awesome,
Terrell said. Jack and Mara ran over.
Rocket Girl!
Mara said.
I have to go!
Roxy said. Zoom! Roxy saw Chuckles a few blocks away. He opened a taxi door, pulled out the driver, and jumped in. Tires spun as the taxi raced away. The driver shook his fist. Rotten doll! The taxi swerved onto the sidewalk. A man jumped out of the way. Bam! Chuckles drove through a fruit stand.
This is fun, fun, fun!
Roxy stopped the taxi and grabbed Chuckles. The doll bit her.
Ouch!
Roxy pulled her hand away.
Chop, chop, chop!
Chuckles ran away. Whiz-hoo! Roxy's eye laser beams hit Chuckles' wooden leg. The leg started to smoke. Chuckles gulped.
This is bad, bad, bad!
A woman had a water bottle. Chuckles grabbed the bottle and poured the water on his leg.
Much better.
He said. Roxy hurried over and grabbed Chuckles.
Let me go!
The doll kicked as Roxy flipped him over. She found the computer chip and ripped it out. Chuckles stopped moving. Roxy wiped her brow.
Phew!
The valuable dolls weren't alive anymore. Roxy brought them back to the convention center. The man in the green suit smiled. You're my hero, Rocket Girl! Next, Roxy brought Chuckles to Chuck.
I took out the chip.
Roxy said.
Thanks, Rocket Girl.
Chuck said. He pretended Chuckles was talking.
You're super, Rocket Girl.
Roxy said.
Your lips are moving.
At Downtown Toys, Roxy found her friends.
You missed it, Roxy.
Jack said.
There was an evil doll.
Terrell grinned.
But Rocket Girl stopped it.
Wow!
Roxy turned to Mara.
Did you pick a gift for Dina yet?
Nope.
Mara said.
But I know what I'm not getting for her. A doll!
Rocket Girl vs. Jack Hammer, Episode 1, Dreary Rain.
Our new house looks amazing.
A woman said. Her husband nodded.
I can't wait to go inside.
A big man in overalls and a hard hat stood nearby.
Go in,
he said.
You're going to love it.
The couple went in. The wife gasped.
Everything is crooked.
The husband scratched his head.
The builder did a terrible job.
As he turned to go back outside, the floor opened up. The couple screamed and tumbled into darkness.
Ugh, I'm so tired of this dreary rain.
Mara said. Roxy and her friends were on their way to school. The sky was filled with gray clouds and rain was falling lightly.
Me too.
Roxy said.
It feels like it's been raining for weeks. I miss the sun.
I like the rain.
Jack looked up and held his mouth open. He caught some raindrops on his tongue. Terrell wiped raindrops off his glasses.
Well, I hate when it rains all day long,
he said.
It means...
Indoor recess. Ugh.
Mara said with a groan.
Indoor recess stinks,
Jack said. He stomped in a puddle. Water splashed everywhere.
It's so boring.
Rain fell harder now. The friends walked more quickly. Heavy raindrops drummed against their umbrellas.
it will be quiet in school today.
Mara said.
The construction work is finally done.
Workers had been at school every day for the past 3 weeks. Principal Penn had said the building was old and needed some repairs. Terrell shot a quick look at Roxy.
I hope Rocket Girl doesn't have to do anything today.
Mara looked over.
Why?
Terrell shrugged.
It's raining. It must be hard to fight villains in the rain.
Jack laughed.
No way! Rocket Girl is super tough. Rain doesn't bother her.
Roxy shot a quick look at Terrell and smiled.
I agree with Terrell. Rocket Girl probably doesn't want to get soaked while fighting villains.
When they reached the school, Roxy's watch beeped. She sneaked away from her friends and stood close to the building.
Mayor Bloom,
She said.
what's wrong?
The mayor had a worried look on his face.
I'm not sure if anything is wrong, Rocket Girl, but I tried to call Detective Smith and he didn't answer his phone. I can't reach any other police officers either. I'm worried that something happened to them.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'll find out what's going on.
Rocket Girl vs. Jack Hammer, Episode 2, Trapped.
Detective Smith is missing.
Roxy thought.
I have to get to police headquarters.
She called to her friends.
Don't wait for me. I dropped something.
Roxy ran off. The parking lot at police headquarters was empty.
Where are all the police cars?
Roxy said.
And where is everyone?
When she went inside, Roxy blinked in surprise. All the walls were crooked and the floors were slanted.
What happened in here?
Roxy said.
It's like a fun house at an amusement park.
A hallway was lined with mirrors. One mirror made Roxy look tall and skinny. Another one made her head look enormous. Roxy made her way to the break room. The coffee maker was on and cookies sat on the counter. Music played on a radio. But nobody was there. Roxy scratched her head.
This is odd.
Click. Badoom! The floor tilted under Roxy's feet and she slid down into darkness.
Oof.
Roxy landed on a hard floor.
Rocket Girl?
It was Detective Smith. Using her night vision, Roxy saw she was in a concrete room. The detective stood near her. Other police officers were in the room too. Roxy grinned.
Are you all playing hide and seek?
Detective Smith looked annoyed.
This isn't funny, Rocket Girl. We've been stuck down here since yesterday.
Roxy gulped.
Oh, sorry to hear that. What happened to the building? It's like a fun house.
We hired a builder to make some improvements.
Detective Smith sighed.
Obviously, he did a terrible job. We can't even use the building now.
Who is the builder?
Roxy asked.
His name is Jack Hammer,
Detective Smith said.
We won't hire him again.
Another police officer walked over.
How will we get out of here?
She asked. Roxy laughed.
That's easy.
She flew the police officers up to the break room. Detective Smith grabbed a cookie and took a bite. The police dispatcher saw a light flashing on the phone.
Yikes!
She said.
We have messages.
She played the first message.
Hello, I'm worried about my friends Brenda and Dan Dooley. They moved into their new house yesterday. It's at 10 Puddle Lane. I tried calling and knocking on their door, but there's no answer.
Other people had called with similar messages. Many of them had called more than once. Detective Smith swallowed the last bite of his cookie.
Oh boy.
Rocket Girl vs. Jackhammer, Episode 3, The Evil Funhouse.
This is bad,
Detective Smith said.
People all over the city are trapped in their houses. We'll go to Brenda and Dan Dooley's house first. They live at
10 Puddle Lane.
Roxy took off. Detective Smith groaned.
Rocket Girl never...
A police officer ran in.
Our police cars were stolen.
The detective groaned again. No one answered the Dooley's door, so Roxy entered the house.
Hello?
Click. The floor moved. Roxy jumped up. But doom! The floor opened. Roxy flew down.
Rocket Girl, thank goodness,
Mr. Dooley said.
Our phones can't get a signal down here.
Roxy carried the couple out of the dark room. Mrs. Dooley gasped as they flew through the house.
Where's our furniture?
Our TV is gone,
Mr. Dooley cried. Roxy brought them to the front yard.
How long were you trapped down there?
Since yesterday,
Mr. Dooley said.
Our builder finished working on the house. He told us to take a look. Everything looked awful. Then the floor opened up and we slid down into that room.
Who was the builder?
Roxy asked.
His name is Jackhammer,
Mrs. Dooley said. Mr. Dooley frowned.
We won't hire him again. I'm going to give him a bad online review, too.
Jackhammer trapped other people.
Roxy said.
I have to stop him.
Mr. Dooley looked up Jackhammer on his phone. He gave the builder's address to Roxy. Roxy arrived at the office. It was in an old factory. A big man sat behind a desk. He wore overalls and a hard hat.
Jackhammer!
Roxy shouted. The man stood up.
Hello, Rocket Girl.
Roxy frowned.
Why are you trapping people in their houses?
Jack snorted.
Why do you think? I want to steal stuff. And it's not just houses. Recently, I worked on police headquarters and a school.
Roxy narrowed her eyes.
What school?
Metro City Elementary.
Jackhammer looked at his watch.
In fact, I should probably head over there now.
Grrr!
Roxy rushed toward the villain. He stepped quickly through a door. Roxy burst through and found herself in a large, empty room.
Huh?
The room spun, and Roxy was thrown against a wall.
Oof.
When the room stopped spinning, Roxy ran through another door. Mirrors surrounded her. Her reflection was everywhere. Roxy gulped.
I'm stuck in an evil funhouse.
She heard Jackhammer laugh.
You'll never get out, Rocket Girl!
Rocket Girl vs. Jackhammer, Episode 4, A Huge Slide. Roxy took a step. Bam! She hit a mirror. All of her reflections rubbed their heads.
Ugh! I'm stuck in an enormous mirror maze.
Yes, you are.
Jackhammer appeared in the mirrors. Whiz-hoo! Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Ping! Ping! The beams bounced off the mirrors. Roxy ducked as they passed by her head. Jackhammer laughed.
So long, Rocket Girl!
Roxy banged into mirrors again and again. After a few minutes, she was still in the maze.
How will I get out of here?
Roxy thought. Then she had an idea. She blew her freeze breath. The mirrors filled with frost. Cracks crept along the glass and then... smash! The mirrors shattered. Roxy saw an exit sign.
Yes!
Metro City Elementary School was empty when Roxy arrived. She called Terrell's phone. Using her super hearing, she heard it ringing. Roxy rushed to the phone and sighed. It was in their classroom, inside Terrell's backpack. Terrell, however, wasn't there. Walking through the school, Roxy used her super hearing again. She heard voices directly under the gym. Roxy punched through the floor. Beneath the floor, there was an enormous funnel. Roxy jumped in and went down a long, twisting slide. Everyone was at the bottom, trapped in a big empty room.
Rocket Girl!
Terrell said.
Phew!
Principal Penn wiped her brow.
You found us!
Roxy brought everyone back to safety.
Now I have to find Jack Hammer.
Roxy spotted the builder behind the school. He was loading school computers into a van.
Stop right there!
Roxy shouted.
Never!
Jack Hammer fired a nail gun at Roxy.
Yikes!
Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Jack Hammer ducked. The beams bounced off his hard hat and shattered a window.
Ha ha!
The villain hopped into his van and took off. Roxy shot after him. Flying alongside the van, she used her heat vision. The van's doors melted shut.
Hey!
Jack Hammer yelled. Roxy zapped the tires with her eye laser beams. The van slid through a puddle and stopped. Jack Hammer tried to open the door.
Oh no! I'm...
Trapped!
Roxy smiled. Roxy took Jack Hammer to jail. Next, she flew to his building. All the stolen items were there. Finally, she returned to school.
How was indoor recess?
Roxy asked her friends.
It was great.
Mara said.
Yeah,
Jack said.
there's a big slide under the gym.
Roxy and Terrell shot each other a quick look and smiled. Rocket Girl vs. Thunderhawk, Episode 1, The Raptor Center.
This is such a lovely day!
A woman was with her neighbors. They were having a party on the roof of their apartment building. A man smiled.
I'm glad we got rid of that smelly hawk's nest.
Another neighbor grinned.
Our building is much nicer now.
Key! Key! A winged figure swooped down from the sky.
Ah!
The woman screamed.
Cool!
Jack said.
Vultures!
Roxy and her friends were at the Metro City Raptor Center. The center had lots of raptors in large cages. A woman walked over. She wore a name tag that read Robin.
Those are turkey vultures.
Robin said.
Vultures are a type of raptor. Raptors are birds that hunt other animals.
Why are they here?
Mara asked.
Those vultures got injured.
Robin said.
We helped them get better. Soon we'll release them back into the wild.
Robin led everyone to another large cage.
This is Perry. He's a peregrine falcon. Perry's wing is broken. We think he got hit by a car.
That's awful.
Jack said.
The person driving the car didn't even stop.
Robin's eyes flashed with anger.
People need to be nicer to birds, especially raptors. Raptors are great hunters with amazing eyesight. Vultures even help the environment by cleaning up dead animals.
There's a bird's nest outside my window,
Terrell said.
I love looking at the baby birds.
Well, some people don't like nests.
Robin looked very angry now.
There was a beautiful hawk's nest on an apartment building near Metro City Park. The building's horrible residents had the nest removed.
That stinks,
Jack said. Suddenly, Robin looked up. A large bird was flying overhead.
I'll be right back.
Robin hurried away.
That was strange.
Mara said. Jack shrugged.
It's sad that the hawk's nest was removed.
Roxy said.
I love hawks.
Me too,
Jack said.
Why didn't anyone stop those people from removing it?
Rocket Girl could have stopped them,
Terrell said. Mara rolled her eyes.
I'm sure Rocket Girl has more important things to do, Terrell.
Roxy and Terrell looked at each other and grinned. Roxy's watch beeped. She stepped away from her friends.
Mayor Bloom, is something wrong?
Rocket Girl, I need your help.
The mayor looked annoyed.
Workers are trying to cut down some trees in Metro City Park. They were just attacked. All their equipment was destroyed.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'm on my way!
Rocket Girl vs. Thunderhawk, Episode 2, Creepy Vultures.
I have to get to Metro City Park.
Roxy thought.
Someone just attacked workers there.
Roxy looked at her friends.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go, look at the owls again.
When Roxy landed in Metro City Park, she saw some workers. Broken saws and rope lay in the grass. A bucket truck was parked nearby. Its tires were flat, and its windows were smashed. Its crane was bent.
Wow!
Roxy thought.
Why would someone do this?
Detective Smith was looking at some trees. Vultures were perched on the branches.
So, Detective,
Roxy said with a grin.
do the vultures know who attacked the workers?
Detective Smith groaned.
Very funny, Rocket Girl. Those are the trees the workers were going to cut down.
A worker walked over to Detective Smith and Roxy.
I'm Earl,
he said.
I'm the supervisor.
What happened here?
Detective Smith asked. Earl scratched his head.
Well, we came here to cut down those trees, but then a flying person attacked us.
Why were you cutting down the trees?
Roxy asked.
Vultures perch in them,
Earl said.
Residents near here don't want vultures around.
Roxy was confused.
What's wrong with vultures? They're just birds.
Earl shrugged.
The residents say the vultures are creepy.
Could someone help me?
A voice said suddenly. Roxy looked up. A worker was high up in a tree. A rope lay in the grass below him.
Carl!
Earl said.
I forgot you were up there.
Carl looked annoyed.
That bird villain snapped my rope. Now I'm stuck up here.
Hold on!
Roxy flew up to Carl and brought him safely down.
You're the best, Rocket Girl,
Carl said. Detective Smith took out his notepad.
Can either of you describe the villain?
Earl nodded.
Yeah, she looked like a hawk. She had really big wings and a hawk mask.
Carl nodded too.
She called herself Thunderhawk.
Detective Smith looked thoughtful.
This must be the same person who attacked people at the roof party. The party was over there.
He pointed at a nearby building.
The residents said they had just gotten rid of a hawk's nest.
Roxy thought.
Robin cares about birds, especially raptors. Maybe she knows who Thunderhawk is.
She called Terrell.
Hey, Rocket Girl.
Terrell said.
I'm coming back to the Raptor Center, Terrell.
Roxy said.
I need to talk to Robin.
Robin's not here.
Terrell said.
She never came back.
Rocket Girl vs. Thunderhawk, Episode 3, Hurricane Wind.
Wow,
Roxy thought.
I wonder if Robin is Thunderhawk.
She looked over at Detective Smith.
Detective,
Roxy said.
I think...
The detective's phone rang.
Hello? Oh no, we'll be right there.
Detective Smith looked at Roxy.
Thunderhawk is at Metro City Zoo. What were you going to tell me?
Never mind.
Roxy said. Zoom! Roxy flew off. When Roxy arrived at the zoo, people were running in every direction.
There's a big hawk person! Run for your lives!
Roxy spotted Thunderhawk. The villain was perched on top of the bird building. She had large wings and a hawk mask.
That's definitely Robin!
Roxy thought.
Thunderhawk!
She shouted. Robin looked over.
Go away, Rocket Girl. I'm freeing these birds.
The villain smashed a hole in the building's roof. Birds flew out.
You can't do that!
Roxy shouted.
Birds shouldn't be in cages.
Robin cried.
They should be free!
You won't be free for much longer, Thunderhawk.
Roxy said.
You're going to jail!
Roxy shot toward Robin. She reached out to grab the villain. Robin leaped. Roxy missed her.
Hurricane wind!
Robin shouted. She flapped her huge wings. Woo, woo, whoosh! A strong wind blew. Roxy tried to stay where she was, but the wind was too strong. Roxy tumbled backward, crashing through the fence of a gorilla exhibit.
Oof!
Roxy sat up and looked around. A gorilla looked at her. Then it jumped out of the exhibit and ran off.
Uh-oh.
Roxy said. She already heard people shouting and screaming.
A gorilla's loose!
Run for your lives!
Roxy crawled out of the exhibit. Robin swooped over the crowd of screaming people.
I have to stop Robin,
Roxy thought.
but that gorilla is on the loose.
Roxy flew after the gorilla. She saw a zookeeper approaching the animal. The zookeeper glanced up at Roxy.
Don't worry, Rocket Girl. I'll take Melvin back to the gorilla exhibit. Just stop that villain, please.
Roxy flew over the zoo.
Where did Robin go?
She thought. Then she saw a stampede. Elephants, rhinos, and other animals were chasing people all over the place. Roxy heard laughter. Robin was flying away.
Good luck catching all those animals, Rocket Girl.
Rocket Girl vs. Thunderhawk, Episode 4, A New Nest. Roxy helped gather the zoo animals.
Now I have to find Robin.
She thought. Roxy flew to the Raptor Center. She spotted Terrell, Mara, and Jack. But Robin wasn't in sight. Roxy landed on top of the main building. Peeking through a window, Roxy saw Robin. The woman still wore her hawk disguise. Roxy leaped through the window.
I've got you, Thunderhawk!
Robin gasped. Then her face had a nasty look. She raised her wings.
Hurricane.
Zoom! Roxy charged at the villain. They crashed through the wall and landed on the ground below.
Rocket Girl!
Mara cried. As Roxy and Robin wrestled, Terrell watched anxiously. Finally, Roxy pinned Robin to the ground.
Give up, Thunderhawk!
Robin let out a cry.
Key! Key!
Roxy was confused.
What are you doing?
Robin ignored her.
Key! Key!
With a rushing sound, raptors swooped down. They clawed at Roxy.
Hey!
Roxy waved her arms to protect herself.
What's going on?
Robin slipped free.
I can speak to birds, Rocket Girl. I protect them so they protect me.
Roxy tried to shoo away the raptors.
I don't want to hurt these birds.
She thought.
Rocket Girl!
Terrell cried.
Use your super breath!
Roxy saw that Terrell was standing near a large open cage. Whoosh! She blew. Her super breath swept the birds into the cage. Terrell threw the door shut.
Phew!
Robin flew off. Whiz-hoo! Roxy's eye laser beams burned Robin's wings. Robin fell from the sky. Roxy flew fast and caught her.
Rocket Girl!
Robin said.
You saved me.
Roxy brought Robin down to the ground.
I care about birds too.
Roxy said.
But you're still in trouble.
Robin hung her head.
I just wanted to help birds.
I have an idea.
Roxy said. First, Rocket Girl and Thunderhawk visited Mayor Bloom. Robin told him how vultures help the environment.
Very well,
the mayor said.
We won't cut down the trees in the park.
Next, they visited the apartment building. Robin told the residents how amazing hawks are. The people looked upset.
We're very sorry about the nest,
a woman said. After that, Robin promised Roxy she wouldn't cause any more trouble.
And I'll pay for all the damage.
The next day, Roxy and her friends were in Metro City Park.
Cool,
Jack said when he saw vultures in the trees. Roxy smiled. Then she looked up at the apartment building. A hawk was starting to build a new nest. Rocket Girl vs. Trash Man, Episode 1, Trash. Mr. Crown, the owner of Downtown Diamonds, turned onto West Street.
It's a lovely morning,
he said. Squish! Mr. Crown's foot sank into something soft. He looked down. Garbage was everywhere. A rotten banana was stuck to the bottom of his shoe.
This street is filthy,
he cried. When he arrived at his store, he stopped. The windows were smashed. He looked in and gasped.
My diamonds are gone!
Ew, Jack.
Mara said.
That's gross.
Jack shrugged.
Sorry.
Roxy and her friends were at lunch. Jack had just finished his iced tea.
Does anyone want my apple?
Terrell asked. Mara held up an orange.
I'll trade you.
Roxy ate the last few bites of her taco.
These tacos are so good,
she said. Terrell looked at his pizza crust and sighed.
I should have gotten tacos. This pizza tastes terrible.
Jack stood up with his tray.
I'm done. Let's go out to recess.
They went to throw out their trash and return their lunch trays. Terrell saw a large trash can. Trashman's trash pickup was stamped on the side.
What happened to the other trash company's Smart Brothers garbage pickup?
Mara asked. Roxy looked around.
And what happened to the recycling and compost bins?
Who cares?
Jack dumped his trash, iced tea bottle, and food scraps into the trash can.
Dumping trash is so easy now. We don't have to separate everything.
Mara frowned.
A lot of things can be recycled, Jack. And food can be composted.
Terrell nodded.
That's right. And if we don't sort everything, it goes to a landfill. Then the garbage just sits there. It's not good for the environment.
Jack sighed.
I guess you're right.
As Terrell, Mara, and Roxy threw away their trash, Roxy smiled.
I know how to get rid of all the trash.
How?
Terrell asked. Roxy laughed.
Rocket Girl can use her heat vision. She can burn it all up.
Terrell smiled.
That's ridiculous, Roxy. Rocket Girl has more important things to do than burn trash.
Jack laughed.
Terrell's right.
Just then, Roxy's watch beeped. Roxy stepped into the hallway and turned on her watch. Mayor Bloom appeared on the screen. Behind him, Roxy saw a waste paper basket overflowing with trash.
Mayor Bloom,
Roxy said.
What's wrong?
We need your help, Rocket Girl,
the mayor said.
Metro City Electronics has just been robbed.
Don't worry, Mayor,
Roxy said.
I'm on my way!
Rocket Girl vs. Trashman, Episode 2, The Garbage Truck. Roxy's friends came out of the cafeteria.
I must get to Metro City Electronics,
Roxy thought.
I'm going to the nurse,
she said to her friends.
I, don't feel well. Maybe it was the tacos.
Roxy hurried down the hall.
Gee,
Mara said.
I hope Roxy is okay.
She's probably fine,
Terrell said. Roxy spotted Detective Smith in front of Metro City Electronics. She also saw trash. It was all over the sidewalk and street. Roxy landed.
Detective, you shouldn't litter.
Detective Smith frowned.
Very funny, Rocket Girl. The trash hasn't been picked up this week. It's piling up everywhere.
Why?
Roxy asked. Detective Smith shrugged.
The Smart Brothers stopped answering their phones, so Mayor Bloom hired a new company to pick up the trash. I guess the new company forgot some streets.
Just then, a garbage truck zoomed by. Trashman's trash pickup was written on the side.
That's the new company,
Detective Smith said.
I'm sure they'll pick up the garbage soon.
Roxy and Detective Smith went into Metro City Electronics. An employee hurried over.
I'm glad you're here. Someone stole a bunch of things from our warehouse.
She led Roxy and the detective past shelves filled with TVs, speakers, and other electronics. They went through some doors and entered a big warehouse. Roxy noticed that many shelves were empty.
The robber broke in through those doors.
The employee pointed to a set of broken doors in the back of the warehouse. The doors led to an alley. Trash filled the alley. A dumpster overflowed with bags, rotting food, and other garbage. Detective Smith groaned.
Ugh. I hope Trashman's trash pickup starts picking up garbage soon.
Roxy nodded.
I hope so too, Detective. But right now, we need to solve this robbery.
She turned to the employee.
Did you see the robbers?
The employee shook her head.
I was helping a customer. Then I came back here to look for a TV for him. I saw the broken doors and empty shelves.
Vroom! A big truck rumbled down the alley. Wrappers and scraps of newspaper fluttered through the air. Detective Smith groaned again.
That was the garbage truck. Why didn't they stop here and pick up this trash?
Roxy watched the truck disappear around the corner.
I don't know, Detective, but I'm starting to think it's suspicious.
Just then, they heard a voice.
Someone stole my car!
Rocket Girl vs. Trash Man, Episode 3, Trash Man.
Someone's car was stolen.
Roxy flew down the alley. A man held a car key. He looked furious.
How will I get to work now? I paid a lot of money for that car!
Detective Smith ran over.
Who stole your car?
Roxy asked.
Did you see the thief?
No,
the man said.
But I saw his truck.
Detective Smith took out his notepad.
What does it look like?
It's a garbage truck,
the man said.
It says Trash Man's trash pickup on the side.
Roxy was confused.
The thief was in a garbage truck, so how did he steal your car?
The truck has a big arm with a claw,
the man said. He held out his arm to show how the claw worked.
The claw grabbed my car and put it in the back of the truck.
The man kicked a coffee cup lying on the sidewalk.
Trash Man stinks at his job. He picked up my car, but he didn't pick up any of this trash.
Detective Smith said.
Maybe Trashman robbed Metro City Electronics, too.
Roxy nodded.
We should find out.
Detective Smith looked up the address for Trashman's trash pickup.
The headquarters is just north of the city.
I'll go check it out, Detective.
Roxy flew off. Moments later, Roxy landed in front of a huge building. She went inside and entered an enormous room. Piles of trash surrounded her. Roxy heard a sound. A man was carrying a box at the other end of the room. Some nice cars were parked near him. He wore a filthy, ripped jacket. His hair and beard stuck out in all different directions.
Trash Man!
Roxy shouted. The man dropped the box he'd been carrying.
Rocket Girl, what are...
The man coughed.
What are you doing here?
Roxy put her hands on her hips.
You've been stealing things instead of picking up trash.
Trashman folded his arms.
So what? I'm tired of all this trash. I decided to steal some nice things.
Roxy narrowed her eyes.
You won't have any nice things where you're going. Jail!
Trashman laughed and then coughed again.
No way! I'm putting you out with the trash!
He stepped over to the wall and pulled a lever. Clank! Doors opened above Roxy's head. Then, shwoomph! Tons of trash crashed down on them. Trashman ran out the door.
So long, Rocket Girl!
Rocket Girl vs. Trashman, Episode 4, Garbage Bombs. Disgusting garbage piled up on top of Roxy.
Yuck!
Roxy wiped moldy tomato sauce off her face.
This is gross. Ugh.
Roxy pushed garbage away from herself. More garbage fell down onto her.
Grrr.
Roxy grew angry. Orange beams radiated from her eyes. The garbage heated up and then burst into flames. Roxy quickly burst out of the pile. She watched the fire burn up all the trash.
Now I have to find Trash Man.
Roxy thought. She flew out of the building and up into the sky. Looking down, she saw police cars chasing a garbage truck.
That's Trash Man!
Roxy shot after the truck. Trash Man saw the police cars.
It's time for one of my garbage bombs!
He pushed a button. A huge ball of garbage fired out from the back of the truck. Kaboom! The garbage exploded. The police cars crashed. Trash Man's messy hair waved wildly.
Trash Man is terrible!
Roxy thought.
He doesn't just steal, he litters too!
Kaboom! Kaboom! More garbage bombs exploded. An old ripped sock landed on a man's head. He shook his fist at the garbage truck.
Litterbug!
Roxy caught up to the truck. Kaboom! A garbage bomb exploded in her face.
Grrr.
Roxy wiped her face. Suddenly, snap! The truck's claw grabbed Roxy. Roxy struggled, but the claw squeezed more tightly. Finally, Roxy twisted with all her might. The truck flipped onto its side and slid to a stop. Trash Man crawled out of the truck.
You'll never catch me, Rocket Girl!
Roxy used her super strength. Slowly, she forced the claw to open. With one tug, she ripped it from the truck. Zoom! She shot after Trash Man. Snap! Roxy caught the villain with the claw. Roxy grinned.
Got you!
Trash Man groaned. Then he started to cough. Roxy brought him to jail.
Thanks, Rocket Girl,
Detective Smith said.
We found the Smart Brothers. Trashman locked them up so he could take over their job. Mayor Bloom asked them to start picking up trash right away.
Good.
Roxy said.
I'm going home to take a shower.
The next morning, Roxy met her friends at school. A trash can stood in the lobby. Smart Brothers Garbage Pickup was written on the side.
Roxy, did you go home sick yesterday?
Mara asked.
Yep.
Roxy said.
But guess what? I saw Rocket Girl on my way home yesterday. She was fighting a villain and burning up trash.
Cool,
Jack said. Terrell just smiled. Rocket Girl vs. the Plants, Episode 1, Creepy Plants.
Let's go for a walk, Buster,
a man said. He put a leash on his dog. They went outside. A big creepy plant grew in the man's front yard.
Oh my,
he said.
Where did that strange plant come from?
He stepped closer. Suddenly, the plant opened a large mouth.
Oh no!
The man cried out. Gulp!
I'm so glad it's Friday,
Mara said. Roxy and her friends were walking home from school.
Me too,
Jack said.
I can't believe we had 3 quizzes in one day.
Suddenly, Terrell pointed.
What is that?
Everyone looked. A creepy plant was growing next to someone's house.
Wow.
Mara said.
That looks like something from another planet.
There's a plant like that in my backyard,
Jack said.
It's a lot bigger, though. My mom was wondering what it is. We have a vegetable garden, but we didn't plant anything like that.
Roxy looked at the plant closely as she walked past it.
I wonder what kind of plant it is.
Terrell laughed.
Maybe it's an alien plant.
He held out his arms to look like claws.
Look out, Mara! The alien plant is coming after you!
Mara rolled her eyes.
You're ridiculous, Terrell.
Jack kept walking.
Come on.
He said.
When we get to my house, I'll show you my plan.
A moment later, they got to Jack's house. Jack was right. The plant in his yard was huge. It had large bulbs and twisting vines that looked like tentacles.
Yikes!
Mara said.
You should probably cut that down.
Jack scratched his head.
I'm afraid to get close to it.
Then he laughed.
Maybe I can get Rocket Girl to cut it down.
Terrell and Mara laughed.
Let's take a closer look,
Terrell said. Just then, Roxy's watch beeped. She waited while her friends walked into Jack's backyard.
Mayor Bloom,
She whispered.
what's wrong?
Mayor Bloom looked worried.
I have a problem, Rocket Girl. My assistant never came to work today. Neither did anyone else in my office.
Roxy rubbed her chin.
Maybe they just wanted the day off.
The mayor shook his head.
No, they love coming into work. And Detective Smith told me people keep calling the police station. They know other people who are missing too.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'm on my way!
Rocket Girl vs. the Plants. Episode 2. More Plants.
I need to go to Mayor Bloom's office.
Roxy thought.
People are missing.
Roxy ran into Jack's backyard.
Hey, guys.
She said.
I need to...
Jack, Mara, and Terrell weren't there.
Where are they?
Roxy said. Then she shrugged.
They probably went into Jack's house.
When Roxy arrived at the mayor's building, she gasped.
Another plant.
This plant was enormous. Its twisting vines crept up the side of the building. It had several large bulbs that seemed to move. Large pods hung from under the bulbs. Roxy went into Mayor Bloom's office. The mayor wasn't there. Roxy noticed the window was broken.
Where did he go?
She thought. Roxy flew over to police headquarters. Another plant was growing up the side of that building.
Where did all these plants come from?
Roxy thought. Detective Smith was in his office. He was looking at something on his computer.
Hey, Detective.
Roxy said.
I just saw your, garden outside. You really need to do some weeding.
Detective Smith rolled his eyes.
Very funny, Rocket Girl. I have no idea what that plant is. It's very creepy. I don't like it.
So what are you watching, Detective?
Roxy asked.
Cartoons?
Detective Smith looked up at her.
You're making a lot of jokes today. This is a security video.
He moved over so Roxy could get a look.
Several people went missing near the corner of West Street and River Drive,
the detective said.
This video is from a camera there.
Roxy watched cars and trucks drive through the intersection. People walked along the sidewalk. Suddenly, a woman looked up and pointed at something. The video didn't have sound, but Roxy could tell the woman was scared. Other people looked up. They screamed and ran off. Then a twisting vine moved past the camera. After that, the video went black.
That was weird,
Roxy said. Detective Smith looked out the window. One of the giant plant's bulbs blocked the sun. He scratched his head.
I don't like those plants. Where did they come from, anyway?
Roxy's watch beeped. She quickly answered it.
Mayor Bloom?
Rocket Girl.
It was Terrell.
Remember that plant in Jack's backyard?
Roxy sighed.
Of course I remember it. I'm busy right now, though. What's wrong?
A lot is wrong,
Terrell said.
That plant ate us.
Rocket Girl vs. the Plants, Episode 3, Gulp. Roxy gulped.
Terrell, are you okay?
Terrell cleared his throat.
I'm fine, but I'm trapped inside the plant. We were looking at it when one of the bulbs opened. It looked like a big mouth. It ate Jack. Another mouth ate Mara. Before I could run away, the plant got me.
Don't worry, Terrell.
Roxy said.
I'll be there right away.
Come quickly,
Terrell said.
I'm beginning to feel
He yawned.
sleepy.
Roxy closed her watch.
Listen, Detective, I need to...
Smash! A vine shattered the window and grabbed the detective. Detective Smith tried to wriggle free.
Rocket Girl, help!
Gulp! The plant swallowed the detective.
Ah!
Roxy screamed. Then another vine reached into the office. Roxy escaped down the hallway. She flew out through a window.
Oh, no!
Roxy cried. Giant plants were everywhere. Vines whipped back and forth. Mouths snapped at people. Below each mouth hung several pods. Many of the pods wiggled.
Whoa!
Roxy said.
There are people in those pods!
The plants are eating people!
An old woman shouted.
Run for your lives!
A man cried.
Don't let the plants!
Gulp! A giant mouth grabbed him. Whiz-hoo! Roxy's eye laser beams blasted the plant's mouth, and the man jumped out.
Thanks, Rocket Girl!
He ran down the street, but then... Gulp! Another plant got him.
Ugh!
Roxy made a fist.
How can I stop all these plants from eating people?
Roxy heard someone laughing. A small spaceship floated nearby. The top of the spaceship opened. A woman sat inside, operating the controls. Roxy's eyes went wide.
Vic, Nebula!
Hello, Rocket Girl.
The villain had an evil smile.
Are you surprised to see me again?
I thought you were gone forever!
Roxy said. Vic narrowed her eyes.
I almost was. After you pushed me through that wormhole.
She gritted her teeth.
But luckily I landed on a safe planet. And while I was there, I made some new friends.
The plants?
Roxy asked. Vic nodded.
They store living things in their pods. Then they feed off their victims' energy.
Why are you doing this?
Roxy asked.
I want revenge!
Vic snapped.
I could have been lost in space forever. Now my plants will destroy every person in Metro City. Even you, Rocket Girl!
Roxy suddenly felt a vine wrapped tightly around her. And then... Gulp! Rocket Girl vs. the Plants, Episode 4, Trapped in a Plant. Roxy slid deeper inside the plant.
Ugh!
Roxy cried.
It's so hot and sticky in here.
Finally, she stopped moving.
I must be in a pod now.
Roxy said. She tried to move her arms and legs, but there was no room.
I better get out. I'm getting...
She let out a big yawn.
Sleepy.
Roxy shook her head.
Don't fall asleep.
She told herself. She tried firing her eye laser beams, but there wasn't enough room in the pod.
Maybe my heat vision will work.
Roxy thought. The heat vision didn't harm the plant. The inside of the pod only grew hotter. Roxy tried her freeze breath next. She heard a crackling sound. The inside of the pod became gray.
Yes!
Roxy cried.
My freeze breath is killing the plant!
She blew harder. the pod withered and died. Roxy punched a hole through the pod.
I'm free!
The plant had many other pods. Roxy saw the pods wiggling. People were in them. She blew her freeze breath all over the plant. Soon, the giant plant fell over dead. People climbed out of the pods.
Thank you, Rocket Girl,
a man said.
No problem,
Roxy said. Then she saw Vic Nebula fly off in her spaceship. Vic was zooming toward a wormhole.
Vic is going to escape through that wormhole,
Roxy said.
I can't let her get away!
Roxy shot after the villain. Vines reached for her. Giant mouths snapped at her. Roxy zigzagged to avoid them. Whiz-hoo! Roxy's eye laser beams hit Vic's spaceship. Smoke poured from it. The spaceship crashed near the wormhole. Vic Nebula jumped out and ran toward the wormhole. She looked over her shoulder at Roxy.
Goodbye, Rocket Girl. I'm going back to...
A mouth snapped. Gulp! Roxy laughed.
That was easy.
Then she looked around.
Now I just need to destroy all the other plants and free everyone!
A little later, Roxy freed Detective Smith.
Thanks, Rocket Girl,
the detective said.
Being eaten by that plant was terrible.
Roxy placed a wiggling pod in front of him.
You can put this in a jail cell.
She grinned.
Vic Nebula is inside!
Roxy returned to Jack's backyard.
Hey guys, can I see that strange plant now?
Jack shook his head.
The plant is dead, but you missed everything. The plant ate us.
Terrell nodded, smiling.
Then Rocket Girl saved us.
Roxy shook her head.
That's ridiculous, guys.
It's true,
Mara said. Roxy just laughed. Rocket Girl vs. Fitz Hits, Episode 1, Bases Loaded. Two baseball players stood in the Metro City Stadium parking lot.
Big game tomorrow, Dale,
one player said.
It'll be our first game without hits.
Good,
Dale said.
He's a bad sport. He kept inventing equipment to help him cheat.
Manny nodded.
I remember when he had that weird baseball. He could make it explode.
Dale shook his head.
I'm glad Coach Biggs kicked him off the team. See you tomorrow, Manny!
Just then, a dark shadow covered the parking lot. The players looked up. Dale gulped.
What is that?
Another run!
Terrell said.
This is awful.
Roxy and her friends were at Metro City Stadium. The Metro City Miners were playing the Lumbertown Loggers. The Miners pitcher threw the baseball. The batter swung. Crack! The ball landed in the stands.
Home run for the Loggers,
the announcer said. Roxy groaned.
Ugh, the Miners' pitcher is terrible. The Loggers have 3 runs already.
I can't believe Dale Rivers isn't here,
Jack said.
He's our star pitcher.
The pitcher threw again. The batter swung and then ran to first base. 2 more batters got onto bases.
Bases loaded,
the announcer said. The next batter sent the ball far into the stands.
That's a grand slam for the Loggers!
The announcer said.
No!
Mara cried.
The Loggers are winning 7-0.
Jack sighed.
We'll never catch up. Manny Gomez isn't here. He's the Miners' best home run hitter.
Another Loggers player was soon on second base.
I wish Rocket Girl could help,
Jack said.
If she played for the Miners, she'd get 1,000,000 home runs.
Terrell covered his face and moaned.
Oh, this is a really bad game.
Mara's stomach grumbled.
I'm hungry.
She looked over her shoulder. A snack bar was at the top of the steps.
But I don't want to miss any of the game.
Terrell looked up.
You can't get up while the Miners are pitching. It's bad luck.
I know,
Mara said. Roxy grinned.
It's too bad Rocket Girl can't get a snack for you.
Ha ha.
Mara pretended to laugh. Roxy's watch beeped.
Mayor Bloom,
She whispered.
is everything okay?
The mayor looked worried.
Rocket Girl, I need you to go to police headquarters. 2 Miners players have disappeared. No one can find them.
Oh no!
Roxy whispered.
You mean Dale Rivers and Manny Gomez, right?
Mayor Bloom nodded.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'll find them.
Rocket Girl vs. Fitz Hits, Episode 2, A Problem at the Stadium. Roxy leaned toward Terrell.
I'll be right back,
She said. Terrell's eyes went wide.
You can't get up while the Miners are pitching, Roxy. It's bad luck.
Roxy rolled her eyes.
It's about Dale Rivers and Manny Gomez. They've disappeared. That's why they're not here today. I need to find them.
Oh no,
Terrell said.
Good luck.
After Roxy left, a dark shadow covered the stadium. The crowd looked up and cheered.
Whoa!
Jack said.
That's cool!
Roxy arrived at police headquarters. Detective Smith was watching a small monitor.
You have work to do, Detective.
Roxy shook her head.
I can't believe you're watching CoolTube videos.
Detective Smith rolled his eyes.
I'm not watching CoolTube videos, Rocket Girl. I'm watching a security video from Metro City Stadium's parking lot. Take a look.
Roxy leaned in to watch the video. She saw Dale Rivers and Manny Gomez talking. A dark shadow spread across the parking lot. The 2 baseball players looked up. They seemed scared. Then they quickly floated up and off the screen.
Where did they go?
Roxy asked.
Did someone or something take them?
Detective Smith shook his head.
I don't know.
The detective's phone beeped.
Hello?
His face grew pale.
What? Oh no, that's terrible!
Uh-oh.
Roxy thought. Her watch beeped. She opened it and saw Terrell.
What's going on?
Roxy asked.
Roxy, I mean Rocket Girl.
Terrell said.
You need to come back to the stadium. There's a giant baseball floating over it. At first I thought it was just a balloon, but now it's sucking up all the Miners.
I'll be right there.
Roxy closed her watch and flew off. Detective Smith put down his phone.
There's a problem at the stadium, Rocket Girl. We have to... Rocket Girl?
Roxy gulped. An enormous baseball was floating over the stadium. On the field below, she saw a man. He wore a miner's uniform and held a megaphone in one hand. In the other hand, he held a large bat. It was silver and shiny. Sparks shot from it.
That's Fitz Hits.
Roxy said.
Why is he on the field? He was kicked off the Miners.
Hello to all my fans!
Fitz grinned.
The rest of the team is, tied up right now. But luckily you have me. And I have my new invention, the Blast Bat! I will happily play the Lumbertown Loggers all by myself!
Rocket Girl vs. Fitz Hits, Episode 3, A Bad Sport. Coach Biggs, the Miners' coach, stomped onto the field. The Loggers' coach ran onto the field too.
Let my players go, Hits,
Coach Biggs said.
And then get out of here. You're a cheater and a bad sport.
Fitz Hits puffed out his chest.
I'm a winner!
I have to arrest Fitz Hits!
Roxy thought. She started to fly down, but then she heard fans yelling at Coach Biggs.
Let Hits play, Coach!
A fan shouted. She wore a Miners' baseball cap.
Yeah!
Another fan said. His face was painted with the Miners' colors.
You shouldn't have kicked Hits off the team!
Fans chanted.
Let Hits play! Let Hits play!
Coach Biggs threw his hands in the air.
Fine!
He stomped off the field. The Loggers' coach shrugged.
You want to finish the game with just one player? Fine! We're already winning anyway.
Hits stepped up to the plate. Sparks shot from his blast bat. The Loggers' pitcher threw the ball. Hits swung. Crack! Pow! The ball shot through the air like a meteor. Roxy's eyes went wide.
That's a powerful bat!
Home run!
The announcer said.
Yeah! A home run for me!
Hits cheered for himself as he ran around the bases. He stepped up to the plate again. Crack! Pow! The ball smashed the big screen. Roxy gasped, but the crowd cheered.
Another home run for the Miners,
The announcer said. Crack! Pow! Hits hit the ball again. It shot into the stands and broke a beam. An entire section of seats began to fall. Fans screamed.
Uh-oh!
Roxy thought. Her friends were under the broken section.
We'll be crushed!
Mara cried. Roxy flew fast. She got under the broken section and lifted it back up. She used her heat vision to fix the beam. The crowd cheered. Terrell grinned.
Thanks, Rocket Girl!
No problem!
Roxy smiled. Then she flew over the field.
Game over, Fitz! You're under arrest!
Fitz Hits had an evil look in his eye.
I don't think so, Rocket Girl!
He picked up a ball. Crack! Pow! It shot toward Roxy.
Whoa!
Roxy barely got out of the way in time. A jet was flying by. The ball broke one of its wings. The crowd gasped as the jet spun downward. Fitz Hits shrugged.
Another home run for me!
Rocket Girl vs. Fitz Hits, Episode 4, Home Run. Roxy gulped.
That jet is going to crash!
Roxy flew up and caught the jet. She set it down in the stadium's parking lot. The passengers got out.
Thank you, Rocket Girl!
The pilot said. Roxy flew back into the stadium. The crowd was booing.
You're a bad sport, Hits!
Cheater!
You stink! Fitz Hits looked furious.
I don't stink! I'm the best baseball player ever!
You're going to jail, Fitz!
Roxy said.
Never!
Fitz Hits pressed a button on his uniform. Shoo! He zapped up into the giant baseball.
How dare you boo me!
Fitz shouted through a microphone.
My battle baseball can destroy this entire stadium!
The giant baseball began to hum. Sparks shot from it. Roxy made a fist and flew at the battle baseball. Pow! The baseball crashed into an empty section of seats. A hatch popped open.
Let's go, team!
Dale Rivers said. The miners jumped out and escaped.
Ah!
Fitz Hits flew the baseball toward Roxy. Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Whiz-hoo! The laser beams bounced off the battle baseball. They hit a snack bar. Pretzels, hot dogs, and other snacks went everywhere. A basket of French fries landed in Mara's lap.
Oops!
Roxy bit her lip.
I need to be more...
Zap! The battle baseball's powerful laser knocked her out of the stadium.
Oof!
Roxy landed in the parking lot.
Are you okay, Rocket Girl?
The pilot asked. Roxy nodded. Then she saw the jet's broken wing. She had an idea.
Nobody will ever boo me again!
Fitz Hits said. The battle baseball hummed and sparked.
Save us, Rocket Girl!
Someone said.
Where did she go?
Someone else asked.
I'm right here!
Roxy flew into the stadium. Holding the jet's wing like a bat, she swung. Crack! Kaboom! The battle baseball flew out of the stadium. It crashed into the mountains. Roxy smiled.
Home run!
Roxy flew out to the smashed battle baseball and grabbed Fitz Hits.
You're going to jail, Fitz!
She said. Fitz hung his head. Dale Rivers was pitching when Roxy returned to the stadium. Her friends barely noticed her.
What did I miss?
She asked.
Shh!
Jack said.
We'll tell you later, after the game.
Roxy looked at Mara.
Oh, you got a snack!
Roxy said. Mara nodded.
Rocket Girl got some French fries for me.
Terrell leaned toward his friend.
Good work, Roxy.
Roxy smiled.
Thanks, Terrell.
Rocket Girl vs. Flick Flash. Episode 1. Warm-Up. Two Shopwell supermarket workers walked toward True Savings Bank. They carried money bags.
Hurry up, Leo,
one worker said.
Let's deposit this money. Then we'll take our lunch break.
Whoosh! Something flashed past the workers. Leo gasped.
The money is gone.
I'm totally going to win,
Jack said. Roxy and her friends were in Metro City Park. They were getting ready for a charity 5K race. The race was going to raise money for a homeless shelter. Runners from all over the city were there. Roxy, Terrell, and Mara stretched. Jack just checked his phone.
You should stretch, Jack.
Roxy said.
Nah.
Jack said.
I'm fast. After this race, I'm gonna run a marathon.
Mara rolled her eyes. Then she stood up and marched in place.
What are you doing?
Jack asked.
I'm warming up my legs.
Mara said.
My uncle is a runner. He taught me this warm-up exercise. He said it's important to move your legs before a race.
Terrell got up and marched in place. Roxy did too. Jack laughed.
You three look silly.
A voice came over a loudspeaker.
Runners, the race is about to begin!
All the racers headed toward the starting line.
Good luck, everyone!
Roxy said. A volunteer fired the starting gun. Bang! The race began. Jack ran fast. Soon, he was far ahead of his friends. But then he slowed down. Roxy, Terrell, and Mara caught up to him. Jack was breathing hard.
Is the race almost over?
Mara smiled.
You need to pace yourself, Jack. If you run too fast, you'll get tired quickly. Then you definitely won't win.
Jack groaned as Mara ran ahead of him. Terrell smiled.
I know who could easily win this race.
Roxy laughed.
Rocket Girl has more important things to do, Terrell. But you're right, she could easily win this race.
The two friends laughed. Roxy's watch beeped. She moved over to the side. Runners ran past her. She pretended to tie her shoe.
Mayor Bloom?
Roxy whispered.
What's wrong?
Mayor Bloom scratched his head.
I'm not sure, Rocket Girl. The police got a lot of calls this morning. Money and other items seem to be vanishing.
Are people getting robbed?
Roxy asked. Mayor Bloom shrugged.
Nobody knows. I need you to go to Gem's Jewelry. The owner just called. She said all of her jewelry suddenly disappeared.
Okay, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'm on my way!
Rocket Girl vs. Flick Flash, Episode 2, A Fast Thief.
I need to get to Gem's Jewelry.
Roxy thought.
I have to find out why things are disappearing.
Mara was far ahead in the race by now, but Terrell and Jack were running slowly.
Hey! Guys!
Roxy pretended to breathe hard.
I'm out of breath. I need to walk for a bit.
Jack slowed down.
Oh, good.
He was still gasping for air.
I'll walk with you.
Uh-oh.
Roxy thought.
I can't leave if Jack is with me.
Terrell gave Roxy a quick look. Then he started to run faster.
Hey, Jack!
He called over his shoulder.
I'm gonna beat you!
No way!
Jack cried. He hurried after Terrell.
Thanks, Terrell.
Roxy thought. Seconds later, Roxy arrived at Gem's Jewelry. Detective Smith was already there. Jem stood behind an empty jewelry case.
Hey, Detective.
Roxy smiled.
Are you here to buy something for your sweetheart?
Detective Smith turned red.
Actually,
Roxy gasped.
You are? I was just kidding.
Detective Smith sighed.
Yes, Rocket Girl, I was here to buy a necklace for someone. But then all the jewelry in the store disappeared.
Jem nodded.
It was so strange. One moment, all of my jewelry cases were full. The next moment, poof, they were empty.
She frowned.
I hope you can find my jewelry.
Did you see anything odd?
Roxy asked.
Did anything happen before the jewelry vanished?
Detective Smith nodded.
Something seemed to move through the store, but it was so fast we couldn't see what it was.
It was like a strong wind blowing through here.
Jem threw up her arms.
Whoosh!
Roxy rubbed her chin.
Mayor Bloom said people called about other things vanishing.
Yes,
Detective Smith said.
And it all happened in the last 10 minutes. The first call came from 2 Shopwell supermarket workers. They were carrying money, but it disappeared.
Wow!
Roxy said.
If these are robberies, the thief is really fast!
Detective Smith's phone beeped.
Hello? Oh, no! Okay, we'll check it out.
He looked at Roxy.
A clothing store up the street was just robbed!
Whoosh! A strong wind blew down the sidewalk outside. Papers fluttered through the air. Jem raised an eyebrow.
Do you think that was...
The thief!
Roxy said. Detective Smith put his phone away.
Okay, Rocket Girl, we should... Rocket Girl...
Rocket Girl vs. Flick Flash, Episode 3, Super Speed. Roxy ran out of Jem's jewelry.
My wallet's gone!
A man yelled.
My phone's gone!
A woman shouted. A man looked down at his bare feet.
Who took my shoes?
Roxy saw something dart into an alley. She flew to the alley. A woman stood near an open door. The woman wore a tight bodysuit. Electricity sparked along its surface. Roxy saw money and other items poking out from a big sack. The woman chuckled.
This is so easy.
Then she vanished. Roxy looked around.
Where did she go?
The woman appeared again. Now the sack looked empty. She laughed.
It's time to steal some more.
You're under arrest!
Roxy called. The woman smiled.
Hello, Rocket Girl.
Whoosh! She vanished and then appeared behind Roxy.
Do you think you can catch me?
Roxy spun to face the woman. Whoosh! The woman disappeared again. Now she was on the other side of Roxy.
I'm too fast for you, Rocket Girl.
Roxy ran toward the woman. Whoosh! The woman was at the other end of the alley now. She laughed.
Nobody can catch me. My suit gives me super speed.
Who are you?
Roxy asked. The woman grinned.
I'm the fastest thief in the world. That's who I am. But you can call me Flick. Flick Flash.
Whoosh! Flick dashed off. Roxy shot after her.
Wow!
She thought.
Flick is even faster than I am.
Flick blasted by a newsstand. The wind knocked the stand over. A man was working inside. Magazines and candy fell on him. Roxy chased Flick into the street. Flick zigzagged among cars, buses, and bikes. A man on a bike lost his balance. He fell off. The bike rolled into traffic. A delivery truck driver slammed his brakes. The truck skidded into the bike. Crunch! Then, bam! A taxi crashed into the truck. Roxy hurried over.
Is everyone okay?
The two drivers nodded. The man from the bike gave a thumbs up. Roxy looked around. Flick was running toward a building. Roxy took off after her. She gasped as Flick ran up the side of the building.
I didn't know she could do that!
Roxy flew up after her. She was right behind Flick. Roxy reached out to grab her. Just then, Flick zoomed past the window washer. Whoosh! The worker's seat swung wildly. His rope snapped. He fell.
Rocket Girl, help!
Rocket Girl vs. Flick Flash, Episode 4, A Good Run. The window washer fell. Zoom! Roxy flew down and caught him. The man hugged Roxy.
Thank you. No problem.
Roxy placed the man on the sidewalk. She started to look for Flash, but just then her watch beeped.
Mayor Bloom!
Roxy said.
What's wrong?
Someone robbed Green Star Grocery.
Mayor Bloom said.
I'm on my way!
Roxy flew toward Green Star Grocery. Her watch beeped again.
Mayor Bloom?
There was another robbery.
The mayor said.
It was at Midtown Shoes.
Roxy turned around. Mayor Bloom called again.
Forget about Midtown Shoes, Rocket Girl. The thief just robbed West Slope Gallery.
Flick is fast!
Roxy thought. The phone on Mayor Bloom's desk rang.
Hello? Oh, that's terrible!
What happened now, Mayor?
Roxy asked.
3 restaurants were robbed.
Mayor Bloom said.
A sporting goods store was robbed too.
Roxy sighed.
Don't worry, Mayor. I'll catch the thief.
Roxy closed her watch and landed on a building.
How will I catch Flick?
Roxy tapped her chin.
I know.
Roxy flew up high. She could see the entire city.
I'll wait until I see Flick.
Roxy thought.
Then I'll zoom down and catch her.
Roxy waited. Finally, she saw Flick zooming across Metro City Park. Roxy shot after her.
You can't catch me, Rocket Girl!
Flick ran faster.
Flick is quick!
Roxy thought. Flick shot past the 5K runners. Terrell and Jack were walking. Whoosh! The wind from Flick knocked them over. Jack looked around.
Did something just fly past us?
Mara felt a gust of wind. Then she heard someone rushing up behind her. She gasped.
Rocket Girl!
Whoosh! Flick zipped past the finish line. No one saw her, though. She was too fast. Roxy shot by next.
Rocket Girl wins!
A man said. Roxy wasn't paying attention to him. She saw Flick running toward the lake. Roxy's eyes went wide. Flick ran across the water's surface.
Freeze breath!
Roxy thought. She flew. Whoosh! The lake froze. Flick's feet stuck to the ice.
Ha!
Roxy said.
I caught you, Flick!
Flick tried to lift her feet, but they were stuck.
Ah!
Roxy grabbed her. Then she melted the ice and brought Flick to jail. Roxy returned to the park. The crowd cheered as she crossed the finish line last.
Good run, Roxy,
Jack said.
Thanks.
Roxy said.
I guess I lost.
Yeah, but guess who won?
Mara said.
Who?
Roxy asked. Terrell grinned.
Rocket Girl!
Rocket Girl vs. Furbit, Episode 1, A Hungry Little Guy. An astronaut entered a space station. She drank from a pouch as she looked out a window. Suddenly, she gasped. A small object was floating near the space station. She waved over another astronaut.
Officer Wells, what is that thing?
Officer Wells looked out the window.
I'm not sure, Dr. Chen, but it looks like a spaceship.
The astronauts put on their spacesuits and went outside. They hooked a rope onto the space station. Then they carefully floated toward the spaceship. Officer Wells grabbed it.
Let's bring it inside.
Dr. Chen bit her lip.
I don't think that's a good idea.
It's fine,
Officer Wells said. Officer Wells and Dr. Chen brought the tiny spaceship inside. A hatch popped open. They heard soft footsteps. Dr. Chen held her breath. A small furry creature stepped out of the spaceship. Officer Wells smiled.
Ah, how cute.
Furbit pulled a wrench off the wall. Chomp! Gulp! It ate the wrench. Then it ate a sleeping bag. Officer Wells laughed.
Wow, he's a hungry little guy.
Dr. Chen shook her head.
This was a bad idea.
There is so much trash here.
Terrell said. Roxy and her friends were doing volunteer work at a playground. They were cleaning up litter. Jack held a big trash bag. He opened and closed it. It looked like it was talking.
I eat trash,
Jack said in a monster voice. Everyone laughed. Mara carried some dirty wrappers over to Jack.
Open up, trash monster.
She said. Jack opened the bag wide. Mara threw the wrappers in. Jack quickly closed the bag.
Chomp, chomp.
Mara shook her head and laughed. Then she picked up more litter. Roxy and Terrell found rusty cans under some shrubs. Terrell sighed.
This will take all day.
Roxy nodded.
You might be right, Terrell.
Mara walked over.
I wish Rocket Girl could help us. She could clean up this playground in a second.
Terrell and Roxy looked at each other. Just then, Roxy's watch beeped.
Oh!
Roxy said.
I see litter near the slide.
She ran to the slide.
Mayor Bloom,
Roxy said.
is there a problem?
Rocket Girl,
Mayor Bloom said.
I just got a call from the space agency. They lost contact with their space station. They're worried it was destroyed. They asked me to call you.
Don't worry, Mayor.
Roxy said.
I'll find out what happened.
Rocket Girl vs. Furbit, Episode 2, The Empty Space Station. Roxy tapped Terrell on the shoulder.
I'll be back soon.
She whispered.
I have to go to the space station.
Terrell's eyes went wide.
Wow! Good luck!
Roxy hurried away from the playground. She shot into the sky.
Look!
Mara pointed.
Rocket Girl!
Soon, Roxy was in space. Her watch beeped.
Detective Smith,
Roxy said.
is there a problem on Earth? Is it being invaded by aliens?
No, Rocket Girl,
The detective said.
I just wanted to say good luck. My brother, Commander Smith, is on the space station. I hope he's okay.
I didn't know you had a brother.
Roxy said. Detective Smith nodded.
We're twins.
Just then, Roxy saw the space station.
Phew!
She said.
Good news, Detective. The space station wasn't destroyed. I'll find out why the space agency lost contact with it.
Roxy closed her watch and entered the space station. It looked empty,
Where is everyone?
Roxy thought.
And where is all the equipment? Hello?
She called out.
Is anyone here?
An astronaut peeked out from a hatch. Her name tag said Dr. Chen.
Officer Wells, come on out.
Dr. Chen said.
Rocket Girl is here.
A second astronaut came into the room.
We're so glad you're here, Rocket Girl.
What happened?
Roxy asked.
The space agency lost contact with you.
Dr. Chen looked at Officer Wells and sighed.
All of our communication equipment is gone.
She said.
Phones, computers, gone.
I don't understand.
Roxy said.
Where did the equipment go?
Well...
Officer Wells chuckled nervously.
We found a creature in a spaceship. He was really cute, small and furry. I named him Furbit. Unfortunately,
Dr. Chen glared at him.
Furbit ate everything.
Officer Wells looked down.
It was my fault. I brought Furbit into the space station.
He frowned.
Commander Smith won't be happy.
Where is the commander?
Roxy asked.
I don't know,
Dr. Chen said.
I looked for him a little while ago, but I couldn't find him.
Wait here.
Roxy headed toward a door.
Where are you going?
Dr. Chen asked.
I'm going to catch Furbit,
Roxy said. Officer Wells looked shocked.
That won't be easy.
What do you mean?
Roxy asked.
You said Furbit is small and furry.
Boom! Boom! The space station shook.
Ooh!
Officer Wells tumbled into Dr. Chen. Roxy bumped her head.
What was that?
Dr. Chen gulped.
That was Furbit!
Rocket Girl vs. Furbit, Episode 3, Big Trouble. The space station shook again.
I thought Furbit was small,
Roxy said.
Furbit was small,
Dr. Chen said.
but he keeps eating and growing.
Officer Wells nodded.
The more he eats, the bigger he gets. He's pretty big now.
He shook his head.
I made a really big mistake.
Roxy had to find Furbit. She ran down some stairs. The space station shook again. Roxy heard a loud snort. She hurried toward the sound.
Rocket Girl,
An astronaut said.
thank goodness you're here. Furbit's in the big storage room. He's eating everything. Please do something.
Roxy found the storage room. She pressed a button and the doors opened. She went in and looked around. A large satellite sat on the floor. Suddenly, a shadow covered everything. Roxy looked up and gulped.
Furbit!
An enormous furry creature picked up the satellite. The creature tossed the satellite into its wide mouth. Crunch! Crunch! Gulp! Furbit closed his eyes and smiled.
Hey!
Rocket Girl flew up to the creature's head.
Stop eating stuff!
Suddenly, Furbit looked scared. The creature swung a big paw at Roxy. Whack! The paw knocked Roxy across the room. Bam! Roxy slammed into a wall.
Ugh!
Roxy stamped her foot. Then she shot back toward Furbit.
Don't hit me again!
The big creature batted Roxy with its other paw. Again, Roxy was thrown across the room. By now, the astronauts were gathered in the doorway.
Oh no!
Dr. Chen said.
I hope Rocket Girl is okay.
Roxy was furious. She got ready to shoot toward the big creature, but then she stopped herself.
Maybe Furbit is scared.
Roxy thought.
I'll try to calm him down.
Roxy carefully took a few steps toward the huge creature.
There.
She said softly.
It's okay. I won't hurt you.
Furbit tilted his head.
Furbit?
Roxy smiled and held out her hand.
Furbit!
Furbit moved closer to Roxy. The big creature held out his paw. Roxy patted his paw. Furbit purred loudly. Roxy sighed. Then she turned to the astronauts.
Bring me Furbit's spaceship.
Officer Wells carried a tiny spaceship into the room. Roxy groaned.
Oh, Furbit can't fit in that.
Rumble. Rumble. Furbit's belly growled. Roxy looked up at Furbit and sighed.
Ugh, you're hungry again? You just...
Furbit! Furbit!
Rocket Girl vs. Furbit, Episode 4, Captain Smith.
Furbit's trying to eat me!
Roxy cried.
Oh no!
Officer Wells said. Roxy fired her eye laser beams. Yazoo! They bounced off Furbit's teeth and hit a wall. Roxy saw smoke.
Don't do that!
Dr. Chen shouted.
You'll burn a hole in the space station!
Sorry!
Roxy said. Furbit tossed Roxy into his wide mouth. Roxy was in the dark. She punched and kicked. Furbit rolled around. Next, Roxy tried her super strength. She pushed Furbit's mouth open. Roxy dived out.
Phew!
Now Furbit looked ill.
Furbit, are you okay?
Roxy flew up and patted him on the back.
Furbit?
Brap! Furbit burped loudly.
Whoa!
Roxy cried. A computer flew out of Furbit's mouth. Several phones followed. Dr. Chen grabbed a phone.
The phone still works! We can contact the space agency now!
Furbit burped some more. Sleeping bags, tools, and other items flew out. Furbit grew smaller. Officer Wells looked at the items.
A lot of this stuff is broken.
He bit his lip.
I hope Commander Smith doesn't get too mad.
Where is he anyway?
Another astronaut said. Furbit let out one last burp. Brap! A man flew out of the creature's mouth. By now, Furbit was tiny again. Roxy gasped when she realized who the man was.
You're Commander Smith!
Ugh.
The commander said.
That was terrible.
He looked over at Roxy.
Oh, Rocket Girl. Thanks for saving me.
No problem, Detective. I mean, Commander.
Roxy laughed.
You look just like your brother.
Yep.
Commander Smith said.
He and I are exactly alike.
He looked around and laughed.
What a mess. Who let that creature into the space station?
Officer Wells bit his lip.
It was me.
Commander Smith shrugged.
Well, everything's okay now. This was kind of funny, actually.
Roxy raised an eyebrow.
You and your brother aren't exactly alike, Commander. And you!
Roxy patted Furbit.
You need to go back to where you came from.
She put Furbit into his spaceship. She carried it outside.
Goodbye, Furbit!
Roxy waved as the spaceship zoomed away. Roxy returned to the playground and found her friends. They were still picking up litter.
Hey, Terrell.
Roxy said.
I met a creature that could eat all of this trash.
Why didn't you bring it here?
Terrell asked. Roxy shrugged.
He could also eat things like cars and people.
She picked up a trash bag.
Let's get to work.
Rocket Girl vs. King Trog, Episode 1, 5 Facts. Up in the mountains, a man entered a cave. He walked through a long, dark tunnel. His flashlight lit up stone doors in the wall. He pushed a door open and stepped into a large room. The man gasped.
He's real.
A giant caveman lay on a large, flat stone. He was perfectly still. The man walked over and pulled a gold ring from his bag. He took a deep breath.
Now, I'll find out if the legend is true.
I'm done.
Mara said.
I wrote 5 facts about woolly mammoths.
Roxy and her friends were on a field trip. Their class was visiting Metro City Natural History Museum. Everyone had to choose a topic. Then they had to write down 5 facts about it. Roxy was already done. Her topic was saber-toothed tigers.
Let's go to the astronomy wing now.
Terrell said.
I'm gonna write about meteorites. Jack still has to find something to write about. Check it out,
Jack said.
I can balance a pencil on the tip of my nose.
He looked up and stood the pencil on his nose. The pencil fell from his nose and rolled across the floor. Mara snorted.
You only balanced it for about a second.
Jack tried again.
I'm doing it! I'm doing it!
The pencil fell again. Terrell shook his head.
That wasn't even a second.
Jack,
Miss Apricot hurried over.
did you pick a topic yet?
Jack grinned sheepishly.
Not yet, Miss Apricot.
Miss Apricot folded her arms.
Please stop goofing around and find something to write about.
Miss Apricot walked away. Jack sighed.
Maybe Rocket Girl can help me.
Roxy laughed.
You don't need Rocket Girl's help with your topic.
No,
Jack said.
I mean, she could help me balance this pencil.
Everyone laughed.
That's ridiculous, Jack.
Mara said. Roxy's watch beeped. She stepped away from her friends.
Mayor Bloom,
She whispered.
what's wrong?
Rocket Girl,
Mayor Bloom said.
a valuable artifact is missing from Metro City Natural History Museum. It was in the North American wing. I need you to go and find out what happened.
Roxy looked around.
Okay, Mayor.
Mayor Bloom looked confused.
Aren't you going to say that you're on your way?
Roxy chuckled.
I'm already here, Mayor. Our class has a field trip today. But don't worry, I'll find that artifact.
Rocket Girl vs. King Trog, Episode 2, Professor Beard. Jack was still trying to balance the pencil on his nose. Roxy tapped Terrell's shoulder. He turned around.
There's a problem in the museum.
Roxy whispered.
I'll be back.
Roxy found Detective Smith in the North American wing. He was talking to a guard.
Hey, Detective.
Roxy said.
Is your school here on a field trip?
Detective Smith rolled his eyes.
Very funny, Rocket Girl. I don't go to school anymore.
So what's going on?
Roxy asked.
Mayor Bloom said a valuable artifact is missing.
The guard nodded.
A gold ring is missing.
She pointed at a glass case.
It's usually in there, but now it's gone.
A man hurried into the room.
What's going on?
The guard looked nervous.
Professor Beard,
She said.
the gold ring is missing. I called the police.
Professor Beard chuckled.
Don't be silly. Nothing is missing.
Huh?
Detective Smith raised an eyebrow. The guard frowned.
The ring is always in that case.
Nonsense,
Professor Beard said.
There's no ring.
Roxy looked at the professor. Then she looked at the guard.
Who's telling the truth?
She thought.
Are you serious, Professor?
The guard looked angry now.
There's even a sign with information about the gold ring.
She pointed at a small sign on the case. Roxy saw sweat drip down the professor's face.
Oh, I forgot,
He said.
The ring was removed for cleaning.
I don't believe you, Professor.
The guard said. Roxy and Detective Smith looked at Professor Beard. The professor puffed out his chest.
Fine. I'll tell you where the ring is. It's with its true owner.
The guard gasped.
Who's the real owner?
Detective Smith asked. Roxy read the sign on the case.
The ring belonged to an ancient caveman king named King Trog?
She scratched her head.
That's a silly name.
Detective Smith nodded.
It sure is.
Professor Beard's face grew red.
How dare you insult my master?
Your master?
Roxy said. The professor ran away.
Hey!
Roxy flew after him. But a group of people got in her way. Professor Beard slipped through a door.
Rocket Girl!
Detective Smith called. Roxy flew back to the detective. He looked pale.
Professor Beard got away!
Roxy said.
We have a bigger problem now,
Detective Smith said.
I just got a call from Mayor Bloom. King Trog is at City Hall!